Good morning, everybody. We start off this morning with a public hearing, so I am going to start by reading the public hearing address. This is a public hearing for proposed Regional District of Okanagan-Smilkameen bylaws numbers 3006 2023 OCP amendments for development permit ticketing and B 3008 2023 OCP amendments for watercourse development permit update timelines. The proposed bylaws and related information, including written comments received to date, are available for review on the Regional District's webpage. At this public hearing, all persons wishing to speak will be given an opportunity to do so and are asked to commence their remarks by stating their name and address. Written comments may be submitted before closure of the public hearing. Anyone wishing to speak at this public hearing is asked to do one of the following. If you are participating by a computer, please click the raise hand button, which can be found in the participants panel on the bottom right-hand side of your computer screen. This will indicate that you wish to speak. If you are participating by a phone, please press *3 on your phone's keypad. This will also indicate that you wish to speak. Having indicated you wish to speak, you will then be placed in a queue until you are invited to speak. All speakers will be restricted to a time limit of 5 minutes until everyone who wishes to speak has had an opportunity to do so. Anyone wishing to speak a second time may do so by following the same protocol of selecting the raise hand button on your computer or by pressing *3 on your phone's keypad. To submit written comments, please email them to planning@rdos.bc.ca prior to the close of this public hearing. I will now ask planning staff to outline the specifics of the proposed bylaws. I'm assuming that's Mr. Garish or Fiona. Go ahead.
Thank you. Just give me a moment to share my screen. Okay, so this is an official community plan amendment to the electoral areas A, C, D, E, F, H, and I official community plans and the bylaw notice enforcement bylaw. So amendment bylaws number 3006 and 2507.19/2023 are seeking to allow the enforcement of contraventions of an issued development permit through ticketing. More specifically, amendment bylaw number 3006 proposes to amend the electoral area official community plans in order to introduce a new development permit offenses category under the development permit area section of each plan that will read as follows. No person shall commence any development on lands within any development permit area without obtaining a valid development permit, and the development of land in contravention of the terms or conditions of a development permit that has been issued under Section 489 of the Local Government Act is prohibited. The proposed OCP amendments will establish failing to comply with the conditions of an issued development permit as an offense that can be enforced through ticketing under the bylaw notice enforcement bylaw. It is further being proposed to amend the Regional District's bylaw notice enforcement bylaw through amendment bylaw number 2507.19 in order to establish an offense of failing to comply with a condition of a development permit, with the proposed penalty being $500 with an early payment option that would reduce the penalty to $450 and a late payment option that would increase the penalty to $550, and also that a compliance agreement option be available. The second amendment bylaw that is the subject of today's public hearing is an official community plan amendment to the electoral areas A, C, D, E, F, H, and I official community plans, and as well to the development procedures amendment bylaw relating to watercourse development permit timelines. The watercourse development permit areas were established in 2006 and apply to all electoral areas except for areas B and G. A watercourse includes rivers, creeks, streams, and lakes, and the riparian assessment area would include any area within 30 meters of the high water mark of the watercourse. In administering watercourse development permits, the regional district relies on the professional reliance model, where a qualified environmental professional, which in this case is a registered biologist, prepares an assessment report based on assessment methodology established by the province. This assessment report forms the basis of the watercourse development permit issued by the regional district. Watercourse development permits have been delegated to regional district staff to issue, amend, or cancel, and do not require board consideration. A property owner who is seeking to obtain a watercourse development permit must first have their qualified environmental professional submit their assessment report prepared in accordance with the riparian areas assessment, with the riparian areas protection regulation to the province to review, and under the current regulations, the RDOS will not issue a watercourse development permit until we receive notice from the province that the assessment report has been approved by the responsible minister. However, due to significant delays in the provincial review of assessment reports, which in February were estimated to be 9 to 11 months, it is being proposed that the Regional District Board consider the issuance of a watercourse development permit without an assessment report having first been reviewed by the province, and that this be in effect whenever provincial processing times exceed 6 months. So Amendment Bylaw number 3008 proposes that if the provincial ministry responsible for reviewing assessment reports has indicated to the regional district that the assessment reports are unlikely to be reviewed and forwarded to the district within 6 months of being submitted, then a watercourse development permit may be considered for issuance without an assessment report having been received from the responsible provincial minister, provided that an assessment report prepared in accordance with the riparian areas protection regulation has been submitted directly to the regional district, certifying that the proposed developments will not occur in the streamside protection and enhancement area. And if the assessment report is based on a detailed assessment, will not result in any harmful alteration, disruption, or destruction of natural features, functions, and conditions in the streamside protection and enhancement area that support the life cycle processes of protected fish. And as an outcome of this amendment, similar amendments are being proposed to the development procedures bylaw in order to update the watercourse development permit processing procedures to account for the proposed amendment to the official community plans. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Fiona. I will now declare the public hearing open and ask if there is anyone who wishes to speak to the proposed bylaws. I see a hand here in the room. If you would please, there's a mic right up at the front. If you would step forward and just hit the little button. So yeah, it's the green light is on. And
does this happen very often?
Oh,
somebody shows up and puts their hand up?
I have to admit, lately that hasn't been the case, but previously,
well,
yes.
Here I am.
Go ahead.
First meeting. My name is John Bilodeau, and I live at 1215 Poplar Grove Road. I wanted to comment on both these points. Firstly, the ticketing of abuse or problem developers. I've had a personal experience where I have had someone, a neighbor, who is in the RDOS. I've labeled 4 or 5 complaints. They were all ignored. And probably up to about 15 emails right now. I'm getting the old runaround. And it's very frustrating. I also know that if this particular neighbor got fined $450, it's pretty much a joke. Take their buddies out for dinner, it's $450. To some people, a speeding ticket is a big deal. $100 speeding ticket can make a big difference in their lives. Other people keep $100 bills in their glove box and hand them out like candy. So I think that the fine has to relate to the situation. And it's just really extremely frustrating when someone like myself is jumping through all the right hoops. And I just get, like I said, 16, 20 emails now. And nothing's been resolved. And as far as I know, there's no slap on the wrist. Somebody's been out to visit and several times and nothing's changed. And it's affecting my livelihood. I wanted to comment on the water assessment reports. I had to have a water assessment report done on my property because Strut Creek runs right through my property. We wanted to make a small change, and we had to do the environmental study. It's part of doing business. It's part of the way things are. Water, I know a lot of people have a different idea. If you ask my sister, she says family is everything. If you ask my wife, your health is everything. If you don't have your health, you have nothing. If you have Bob Dame, he says golfing is everything. But I'm here to tell you all that water really is everything. And if it takes longer, then it takes longer to get a report. It's important. And right now, we know all the creeks, rivers are flooding. Not mine. Strut Creek is bone dry. And I know why. There's not a damn thing I can do about it. So I want you to really consider adding a couple zeros to the end of your $450 fine. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your comments. Not at this.
Does anybody have any questions for me? Please raise your hand.
I don't believe there's any questions that I'm seeing, but we'll take that comments into consideration for sure. Thank you.
Please do. Thanks.
Anybody else wishing to speak to the proposed bylaws? Looking online, I don't believe I'm missing anybody. Not seeing any hands. Mr. Garish, go ahead.
Just a point of clarification based on the previous comments that under the legislation, $500 is the maximum fine that we can apply under a bylaw notice enforcement bylaw.
Good information. I'll ask for a third and final time. Is there anybody who wishes to speak further to the proposed bylaws? Oh, I see someone have a question online there. Can you allow her to speak, please, Danny? Go ahead, please.
Okay, I tried to put my hand up. I'm Cheryl Berry. I live at 900 Salting Road in Naramata. And I wanted to comment on both of the proposals as well. Firstly, on the fine for non-compliance with a development permit, I concur with the comments of the previous speaker. I feel like $450 or $500 is not a deterrent in any way to non-compliance in this area. I also heard the comment that apparently $500 is the maximum, but I wonder if that could be, strung out so that it's $500 per day of non-compliance or something like that, so that it has some meaning. Here in Naramata, where it seems like many of our neighbors are very, very, very wealthy, $500 is meaningless. And non-compliance with the development permit requirements could enhance the value, the fair market value of their property by I hesitate to pick a figure. It could be many, many tens of thousands or more dollars. Why wouldn't they non-comply? I don't know if there's a solution to that, or if there needs to be a motion brought forward to the provincial government so we can change the amount, but it needs to be much, much higher. It has to be a deterrent so that it's not worth people's time to not comply. So I really like the board to consider that. And I also agree with Mr. Bilodeau's comments about the dangers of not having the water report from the province. I expect that the background of this motion is because people are frustrated with waiting for the province. I can only guess that's why this is coming forward. But there certainly is a danger, and it's also a concern that it's my understanding that people hire their own biologist, which is of course a conflict of interest for the biologist preparing the report. He or she is being paid by the person who has the vested interest in the outcome. So I'm quite concerned about losing the watchdog component of water development permits. So I would like those comments to be considered, please.
Okay, thank you. We'll take your comments into consideration for sure. I do see some other hands. I have to admit, I'm not sure whose hand was up first, so I'm just going to take them in the order that they're on the screen there. I will go to Brenda Frederick first. Go ahead, please, if you can hear me.
Comments into the chat because I didn't think you saw me. I'm concerned about the fee as well. It really is not a deterrent at all. And I do think it should be reconsidered to have some kind of a forceful impact. Also, the issue of not getting approval from the province, what I'm wondering is who is ultimately responsible then if there is, for instance, a septic failure into the river? Is the RDOS responsible? Who's going to take that on?
Yeah. Well, this isn't concerning septic systems or anything like that. So.
No, but if there's development happening along the river and there are people who have permits in, which I am aware of, one of my neighbors has a permit in, and their septic field fails and they are right along the river, that's going to impact the fish and everyone else downstream. And I'm also wondering if the Okanagan Indian Band has been notified of this.
I think they do get notified through the referral process, yes.
Because this is frightening that this could happen without it being approved by the province.
Okay, we'll take your comments into consideration, but I do also see a hand from Mr. Garish. Go ahead.
Thank you. Just another point of clarification. So we're not proposing that property owners be freed from the requirement to do an assessment report. It's just that we're not requiring that the assessment report be submitted first to the province, that if the delay is too long, that we're willing to accept that assessment report directly. And we will be looking to make sure that they've established a streamside protection and enhancement area, just like the province would, and also that there's no harmful alteration, disruption, or disturbance to HAD, which the province would also look for. The difference is that staff here would not be checking the professional's methodology, which is what the province usually reviews.
Okay, thanks for the clarification. I will go to the next person on the line there. I just see the name Joanne. So if you could start, please, stating your name and address. Go ahead.
Hello? Hello?
Hello, we can hear you.
Oh, okay. Hi, my name's Joanne. I just have a quick question. I just want to know, can the charges of fines be charged multiple times for the same infraction, or is it just a one-time fine?
Okay, could you please give us your full name and address for the record, though, please?
No, actually, I'm not interested in going officially on the record. I just want to ask the quick question.
Well, that's not what the public hearings are actually for, I'm sorry to say, but that's more of a public information meeting. I can answer that question probably, though. Mr. Garish, would you enlighten us with how the fines are?
I'm quickly scanning the list of names here in the hopes that I see Mr. Petrie's name, because he would be able to better speak to the frequency with which we can ticket ongoing infractions versus a one-off infraction.
Yeah, I know if they're ongoing or a separate infraction, yes, there can be multiple tickets, but I
So
don't know the definition of a separate infraction yet, so.
So I'm not sure if Mr. Petrie's, no?
Okay, I'm going to go to the next person with the hand up. There is Debbie Cronwit Martin. If you could state your address and we will.
Can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
Okay, I'm Debbie Cronwit Martin, and I'm at 1160 Maple Street in Okanagan Falls.
Okay, thank you.
I will deal first with the watercourse development permit bylaw. I have a real concern with that. I am not exactly sure if the people developing the water permit reports, the environmental reports, have, I know, they're biologists. I have no doubt that a number of them are quite competent. But unless you have some sort of a designation that can be removed from you, and keep control over it, you really don't know the quality of the reports. And I think that that's part of the reason you have a third party look into the reports to see if they're actually meeting the full assessment criteria and the quality of the reports. I have a problem with that. And yes, I understand people get frustrated and there's money tied up and you can't get the permits. But what's more important is the greater picture of what's going to happen to the area if the reports are not up to the right quality and if there are issues. And that comes down to long-term issues such as liabilities, because there's a possibility that if the permit isn't approved by the province, then the RDOS becomes liable if something happens. And there's places across Canada right now, municipalities that cannot get insurance anymore because of liability issues. I really don't want the RDOS getting into that situation, nor would I want, if Okanagan Falls becomes its own municipality, I wouldn't want it to be in that situation because of a legacy bylaw. So that's my comment regarding that. I don't know if anybody has any questions for me or any comments about that.
No, we're okay. We're just here to hear what other
Okay,
people
so
have to say about these. So.
It's worth the extra time to wait for the province to take that review in. The second one is in regards to the development permit. First of all, I'm absolutely thrilled that you're actually taking greater action regarding non-compliance with development permits. I apologize to you. I should have started doing my research earlier for actually your definition of the types of things that require development permits. I have an urban planning background, and so most places I've been involved with don't require a development permit for fences if they're under a certain height, or decks under a height, or pergolas, or heat pumps, or things like that are within the normal building and maintenance of a property. So I'm not sure if your development permits cover all those things and you have to have a development permit for everything, or if it's just certain types of development. So please consider that in there. But I do agree that many people, a $500 fine isn't much of an issue. I don't see anything in the bylaw that would allow you to put in a stop work order so they cannot continue with the development, and put a lien on the property if they're doing something that is actually potentially harming others. So my question is that what exactly does this cover? And the second part is, for more serious developments, can you add something for a stop work order and putting a lien on the property so that then property can't be sold and they can't make a profit off of just not following regulations?
Okay, thank you. We appreciate your comments. I think that was the last of the hands I'm seeing. I would ask if anybody wants to speak a second time, they can. I do see a chat message come up from Brenda. Did you want to speak a second time?
Okay, I just wanted to concur with what all of the points that Debbie just mentioned.
Okay, noted. I'll ask for a final time. Is there anybody who wishes to speak to the proposed bylaws? Not missing any hands, am I, Danny? Okay, thank you. Oh, last second hand came up. Go ahead, Debbie, please, go ahead.
Sorry, can somebody just clarify what the definition of what's included in the development permit is for me? That was my question. What is included with that? Because I tried to find online when you require a development permit and when you don't, but you actually have to go into greater depth into the bylaw. So can somebody please clarify that, because that makes a difference to me.
Okay, I'll go to Mr. Garish.
Sure. So for the benefit of the board, it's a difficult question to answer because we do have 12 different development permit area designations, which range from farming character, protection of farming, hillside development, environmental protection, and water courses. And each one of those has different triggers. But you know, as the board is aware, by far the most common DP that we issue are the environmental protection ones. And currently, although the ESDPs are under review, the current triggers are disturbance of land, construction of a building, or subdivision. So.
Okay. But generally speaking, something like installing a heat pump is not a development permit.
Well, we have a range of different exemptions based on the type of development permit. So depending on what designation we're dealing with, it may be exempt or it may not be exempt.
Okay.
So that's why it's difficult to answer.
All right. So it's not a
And that's why it
straightforward.
was difficult for me to understand, you know, because I think, you know, I certainly believe and I completely support you for requiring development permits. I had to get a development permit for a retaining wall. Thrilled that I did. I used that to my advantage, let me tell you, to make sure it was done properly. But I do have a concern that if people don't understand, and if it's not really easy to understand when you need a development permit and when you don't, you actually put yourself in a situation where people may not believe they need one, may not understand when they need one. And the result is they're getting fined. And there'll be a backlash for that. I think that some sort of more easier definition for when you need a development permit and when you clearly don't is going to be required, and some sort of communications plan around that. Because it is, like I said, I did look at it, I did try to understand it. But as you point out, there are so many areas, I think that's difficult. And I think that works against you. So I would like that, you know, I think it's in your best interest to have that more clearly understood and communicated.
Okay, we'll definitely take that under consideration. Thank you. I see another hand from oh gosh, I'm not sure on the pronunciation. Joa Taylor, I'll risk it as that. Go ahead, please.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, I can. If you could state your
Joa.
name
Sorry,
and address.
I didn't quite hear what you said there with my name, but it's Joa Taylor,
Okay,
1227 Naramata Road. So
great.
my comments and partially a question are, first of all, I think it's very commendable that the RDOS is looking at putting in an enforcement. I think that's great. I think that the amount is inconceivable at $500 that it would stop a developer from commencing a development without the proper permit. And I hear what Chris had to say, but there's got to be some way around that, because, and this is now my question, if the developer was going to develop Vista Naramata and put in 40 lots and decided to just go ahead, do you think a $500 penalty would stop that? But maybe maybe there are other ways that the RDOS would have been able to stop that. So, I'm just not too sure what $500 would do. And I love the comment that one of the speakers had about having a stop work order, because isn't that really what you want, is for the development to stop if they don't have the proper permits? My second comment is about the water assessment. I guess I just see that the province is a bit of a watchdog. No offense to the RDOS, but there have been on occasions lots of things missed on various permits that get submitted. Everybody's busy and that just happens. But wouldn't it be great that, you know, the province as a watchdog catches something that the RDOS didn't see? So isn't that why the province is seeing these assessments in the first place and going through their list of you know, different various issues that they look at? So I know it's frustrating with bureaucracy and how long things take, but my concern is simply that something might get missed if the province is not part of the process. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for your comments. We'll definitely take them into consideration. And I'll ask a final time, is there anybody who wishes to speak to this? Looking around the room, seeing no hands online. Okay, we will call this public hearing closed at 9:32. And thank you everybody for your patience and comments. Moves us into the regular portion of the meeting, which brings us to the Environment and Infrastructure Committee. And I'll go to Director Gettens to start us off with that. Please, go ahead.
Thanks, Chair. I'll call the meeting to order at 9:30, please. If I can get a motion to adopt the agenda. Seconded, please. Thank you. All in favor? Any opposed? So just running a little bit behind with the public hearing, which is really interesting. But so we'll go over to our first delegation, which is Kate Hagmeyer. So she's the program coordinator from the Okanagan Valley Goose Management Plan, and CAO, if you would do the introductions, please.
I'm not sure if we have Ms. Hagmeyer online. Oh, she is. So we should just turn it over to her, Madam Chair.
Okay, great. Thank you. Go ahead, Ms. Hagmeyer, or is she just getting on still, Danny? Perfect.
Jeez.
Maybe I'll just clarify then while she's coming in, Madam Chair. So this, we've had this program since about 2006, and it is the Okanagan Goose Management Plan. So not effective over in the Similkameen, but generally it was to include those electoral areas in the Okanagan. So we do have A, C, D, and F that budget for it each year. We didn't have Area E that budgeted for it, but we've been charging them. It amounts to about 250 a year, I think, that each electoral area pays into this. Okay. And when D split, we didn't attribute that over to I either. So at this point, we just have the 4 that are budgeting for it.
Okay, thank you. Thanks for the update. And I see you there, Ms. Hagmeyer. Go ahead. I'll pass it on over to you, please.
Sorry, I was a bit slow getting the thing unmuted there. Can you hear me okay?
Yep, just fine. Thank you.
Great. Thank you, Danny, for setting this up. Thank you for having me in this morning. I realized I haven't talked to RDOS for a long time, not since about 2016 when I was going through my notes. So what I'm going to do is try and share my screen with you and show you a PowerPoint. So let's do this. And now, are you seeing that yet? No.
No, not yet. Yep, we can see it a bit. I don't know, Danny, if you can make that larger. I think we're good on our end. We can just make it a bit larger with Danny and you're good to go. Thank you.
So you guys can see it?
Yes, thank you.
Okay, perfect. Okay. So yes, thank you for that introduction. I'm Kate Hagmeyer and I'm coordinator for the Okanagan Goose Management Program. And it's interesting just listening to qualifications about biologists and QEPs. Just to let you know, I have a master's in wildlife ecology with a specialization in goose ecology, and I'm a registered professional biologist, which I think, like, there's a professional college for biologists, and all of us who are practicing need to be under that so that we, can do our work with confidence, and also, be held to a standard as well. But today we'll talk about goose management, and what I really want to go through is just an overview of this program, because like I say, the last time I spoke was 2016. And there's, as I go through the list of who's here, I realize there's a lot of unfamiliar names to me, and probably equally a lot of people may not know about the program, or if they do, it's sort of in the background and they don't know the details of it. So I just think it's time for a little bit of refresher, and I was happy to be invited to do this. So today we'll go through the components of the program, a bit of a background as to why this program is so necessary, goose management, how the committee came to be, the development of the action plan. We will talk about the population control egg addling summary results. We've just finished that program for this year. And then at the end, there's a list of some resources that if you are super excited about goose management and want to learn more, you can. So the one thing that I like people to know about goose management is the history of this population and where they came from and our motivation for management. A lot of people say to me, hey, Kate, geese were here first. We should leave them alone. We've really messed this up. And the only sort of part of that statement is true is that we've really messed this up. And it's because the geese that are nesting in the Okanagan are not originally from the Okanagan. And in fact, nesting geese should not be in the Okanagan or anywhere in southwestern BC. Geese are naturally an Arctic nesting species. There historically was some in northern BC, but geese should not be nesting in the Okanagan or anywhere in southwestern BC. And the reason that they are here is because sort of in the 40s and 50s, there was real concern about conservation of waterfowl, including geese. And so there were programs done by agencies and not-for-profits to actively boost numbers. And for geese in BC, this meant bringing stocks of geese from outside of BC, and they came from Ontario and Alberta and down in the United States and various places, bringing young geese here and eggs at some point so that they grew here, but they didn't have parents to imprint on. They didn't learn migratory patterns. And because they're geese from all sorts of different populations, they actually have bred together and created hybrids of different genetic stock and are not one sort of single subspecies. So we've taken animals outside of their native range, put them in a new area. They had no opportunity to learn migration, and they've created a new hybrid population. So geese were not here first, nesting geese, and we have created this. At the same time that this was all happening, there was quite a change in the landscape. We have increased urbanization. We have increased sort of, industrial, like large farming. So we've created fantastic habitats for a group of animals that we brought here, and this has developed into problem wildlife. So if you remember nothing else from today, please remember that the geese that we are trying to manage are in fact functionally an introduced species. And with any introduced species that doesn't have, natural ecological checks, we have impacts. And some of those are environmental, and a lot of those are also economic, and can include in the Okanagan crop damage. It can either be, grazing or trampling or fecal contamination. We have damage to recreational areas. We have health and safety issues. They can be as serious as aviation and sort of as benign as being chased by geese on the beach. But certainly water is an issue, and goose species contribute to contamination of water. And as part of that, we have environmental degradation. Not only is there water issues, but we get a lot of siltation from geese that are, overgrazing banks, and they're causing siltation in the water. If you have large goose populations, your natural water population or waterfowl populations go down because they're very aggressive, and so you have a decrease in biodiversity. So there's lots of impacts associated with geese, as I'm sure you are aware. And many jurisdictions have dealt with this since sort of the rise of this population that began in the 80s. And at first, you know, jurisdictions could kind of deal with it ad hoc. There wasn't a ton of geese, they were just seeing them show up. But quickly, this was recognized as a valley-wide issue, and many jurisdictions were involved. And they informally formed a committee in the 90s and was like, okay, let's get together and try and manage these birds on a valley-wide scale so that we're not just all chasing them around into each other's backyards. But to do this, they had to consult with Canadian Wildlife Service, which is responsible for the management of federally regulated species. And they consulted with Canadian Wildlife Service that said, okay, if you want permission to manage these species, you will need to develop a thoughtful management plan with recommendations. And this plan was developed by two biologists, Ian Robertson and Mike Cyril. And it was developed in 2006 and has a very nice series of recommendations, which have really what have formed now the Okanagan Valley Goose Management Program. And the components are public education, including bylaws and ticketing, habitat modification, some scare program, population control, largely through egg addling, and monitoring, so that we understand what each of these components is doing. So public education is, of course, a huge component because, as I mentioned, one of our big messages is to make sure people understand that we are targeting a nesting population that was introduced. This is not targeting migratory populations that move through and nest up in the north. The components of our population, our public education include things like brochures and signage and press releases, quite standard. Every year I do a little bit of, media, that sort of thing. We maintain a website, and then we have a phone and an email so that all questions come back to me so that the messaging is the same throughout the valley, and also the burden is not on park staff or operations staff or something like that. What I do not have, and it's not because I'm old, but I don't specifically have social media. And very quickly we learned that it can be a forum for quite a bit of hate for activists that are not interested in goose management of any kind. And I don't want to create a platform for that. And me and my staff don't love being on the receiving end of it. But if someone has a real issue, I just want them to phone or email me so that we can have a real conversation about goose management, and we can really talk about what our purpose is and how we're doing it, instead of just sort of like, sort of reactionary statements. I really like to try and talk to people. One of the things that I help with, but jurisdictions are largely responsible for themselves, is habitat modification. And I always use this example from Penticton. This is from when Jeff Linka was still working, and he was involved quite heavily with the goose management program. And this was before they redid their waterfront, and there was quite an easy interchange between water and lawn. And then when they redeveloped their waterfront, what they did, as you're probably familiar, is they created barriers. So not only has this made the site more accessible for people, but it prevents geese from easily moving from water to lawn. And since then, like, this is an old picture, since then that vegetation has grown up quite a bit, and people are, they use the sidewalk, so it's just less accessible for geese. It doesn't change the number of geese that are there, but it can create pockets of areas with less pressure so that people can enjoy the areas more. Also very important in a program can be targeted and coordinated scaring. Down in the corner there, the bird control picture, that's Dennis Ingram. You may be familiar with him. He runs falcons for a couple jurisdictions. And people love him because he's running falcons and it's interesting. And he isn't harming the birds, but he's training the geese, or not harming. He's not harming geese, but he's training geese to not be where we need them to be. It's something that's ongoing for sure, and again, does not reduce the number of geese, but can be effective. The other picture is from Penticton, and they had some volunteers, and the dogs had little goose management jackets. People love that as well. So these are scare techniques, but they're quite well received. And then many private lands, such as golf courses, have scare programs to alleviate pressure on their lands. The egg addling program is a really big piece of what we do. Population control, of course, is key to leveling and reducing the number of geese that are in the valley. In 2007, after that action plan came out, there was an RFP for this, to coordinate the whole program and very specifically this component. And my team, we've won that RFP several times, and we're really fortunate to do that because it means that we've been with this program since the beginning, and we've been able to keep it quite lean and be quite effective, I think. This is a picture of Allie. She's addling a nest on Hatfield Island, and you can see behind her is a goose. We always work in pairs, sometimes more, because if you have ever encountered a goose, you may know that it can be strong, right? And when you're at its nest and doing something you don't want it to do, it is very strong. So the process of addling, if you are unfamiliar, is really once a goose, the female goose, has finished laying her nest and we know all the eggs are there, we come in and we make the eggs not viable, typically by shaking them. We try and do this very early in incubation so that essentially all we've done is just do a shake. We've disrupted the membrane. It will never have potential to develop. We follow the US Humane Society protocol so that people who are concerned about animal welfare can feel confident that we, as much as possible, when it comes to population control, are trying to do the most humane, most minimally invasive population control that we can. We have just finished, like literally just finished our 17th season. Last week was our last nest. This week has been rechecks, but we're not seeing anything new. And I understand it's quite smoky. So I'm just saying to the staff, I think we're done, and we're seeing goslings out. And so we're clearly done. This is a summary. Soon it won't fit on one slide. It's preliminary because I have just quickly looked at our data, but this year we got 349 nests. So those are nests that we find. We can't access every single nest. We either don't have permission, or they may be up on an osprey pole, or in some area where it's not safe to get them. But this year we did addle over 1,200 eggs, and over all our years, we've addled over 22,000 eggs. Now, not every egg would be a goose. There's no question. There's natural predation. There's nest failure. There's goslings that hatch and are predated. But even at 50% survival, and in urban populations, geese actually have closer to 75 or more survival. But even at 50%, that's over 11,000 geese you do not have on the landscape in the Okanagan. Currently, the population of geese in the Okanagan ranges between sort of 2,000, 2,200 geese. Can you imagine if you had 11,000 extra geese on that, plus all their young? So I am really proud of the work that this addling has done and the program in general. The blue line on this slide shows what the population could be if population control was not in place. And while I fully expect at some point that line would flatten out and there would be natural constraints to prevent the population from growing, Environment Canada has currently stated that populations have not reached the carrying capacity of habitat, and there is no biological reason to expect these populations will stop growing in the short term. So our line is the pink line. We are not the blue line. So I think that leveling this population and preventing it from growing and causing some decline is actually amazing. And I really appreciate all the work that my crew does. And I appreciate the regional approach and that all the jurisdictions have stayed engaged and they are still, on this program and supporting this program. I think it's fantastic. Vaso Lake is where in the south we get the most nests. There is no question. That is 100 nests on Hatfield Island. To addle that set of nests, we require the permit to addle from Environment Canada, a permit to access the migratory bird sanctuary, and we need to show Canadian Wildlife Service that we have permission from the owners of the island, in this case Hatfield, so that we can get there. And that is something that we do every year. And any private property needs to show that we are allowed on their property, and I have to provide that to Canadian Wildlife Service. So all our work is done through permit, and I have to hand in reports so that it is actually reviewed by Canadian Wildlife Service at the end. We do have problem areas. Despite the success of this program, one of my problem areas is Oliver, and I just can't get a handle on it. And really it's because I know that there are geese that molt in Chuckalnuit Lake there. And we have not found nests there. And much of the area is private. There's farmland that we don't have access to. And if you look at the channel, I feel that it acts as a little bit of a conduit. And so the geese that are hatching elsewhere can bring their goslings and pop right into the lake for a safe place to molt in the summer. And molt is when the adults lose their old feathers and grow new ones. And it takes about a month. And so they can't fly. So once they're in a body of water, they are there. There's nothing you can do. So my, not request so much, but if anybody has information about nests around Oliver or has a friend that has a parcel of land that wants us to check next year, I would be very enthusiastic about that. And just another part on knowing that we are only targeting the nesting birds and the local birds and not migratory birds. Quite a few years back now, we did a banding program, and that's where we take colored markers and we put them on the legs of geese so that if we see them again, we know who they are and where they are. And that was funded in part from a grant from the Western Turfgrass Association, organized by the golf courses in the region. And we have banded over 200 birds. And then we get responses. People call me directly or they call the National Bird Banding Office, and they'll let us know where they've seen birds. And on our website, this is actually an interactive map on our website, but you can see the redbirds were banded in Penticton. The white dots are from Vernon, blue are from West Kelowna, and green are from Kelowna. And there is a little bit of protracted migration. You can see there's some blue dots and green dots in Washington and things like that. If it gives you any comfort, it's usually hunters that are returning that information to me. So those birds are no longer. But you can really see that by and large, the birds that we are targeting are staying in the valley. So we are targeting, a population that is not migratory, and that eventually, we will be able to hopefully have less effort involved because through natural attrition and hunting and natural predation and things like that, the population, I'm hoping, will decrease. Every year we do a program evaluation. So I write a report and put in things, my metrics, which is public feedback, and I do population counts and percent young. And then, the committee as a whole looks at, how many resources are spent so that we can adapt the program every year, make a series of recommendations and see how we can improve it. And it's not just the ADLing. How can we improve, our public message? How can we assist with habitat modification? How can I work with communities and offer recommendations if they're having issues on their waterfront, or they're having, areas where birds are nesting and they want to, try and mitigate that. So those are the sorts of recommendations. Again, resources, This is the contact that I use for this program. I actually have a cell number and things like that, but I don't give that out to the public. I don't mind if anybody from RDOS has it, but the public can phone me at this toll line, and they will reach me on the other end. And then I always have good pictures. This is us trying to addle a nest, and this is I think this is the one in Kelowna. Geese like osprey platforms, and it's unfortunate, but occasionally we can get a picker truck and we can go up there. This is a fairly common sight, and nests can be made out of anything. So don't have bowls on your docks, and then you will be nest free. Anyway, I think that's everything from me, if you have any questions at all.
Thank you very much. That was actually a really great presentation. So thanks for doing that. Let's go
you're
quickly
welcome.
around the board to see if there are any questions. Yeah, go ahead, please. Director Van Alpen.
Thank you. Thank you for the presentation. That was quite interesting. Not so many questions, but more comments. The falcons and the dogs, I've seen them work. They're quite amazing, but my concern is if they're doing it in Penticton, then they're flying to Naramata or they're heading over to Summerland. We do it in Summerland. They go back to Penticton. I don't know what we're gaining by doing it. I just to move them around. So it's too bad you're not on Facebook, because I know this would really cause some grief. But in other provinces, and I know they're looking at it in BC now, finally, and I'm hoping something will come of it. But in Alberta, Saskatchewan, they have bounties on coyotes, and they're looking at doing that here because of the mule deer devastation that's happening. You mentioned a key word, and that was hunting. Have you talked more with Fish and Wildlife to extend the hunting seasons, and maybe that way you could reduce the populations here in the Okanagan? Thank you.
That is an excellent question, and one that comes up. And the person who's in charge of bag limits for geese, he's at Canadian Wildlife Service. His name's Andre Bro. And we have talked extensively about increasing daily and bag, and there was an increase a few years back, but it wasn't super substantial. And they are not considering doing something like the conservation hunt, they call it, for snow geese in the prairies. And part of that is because the hunting season is when natural migratory flocks are moving through. So you're targeting a different set of birds. So there is no hunting season during nesting when we know that we are targeting the birds that are nesting in the Okanagan.
Thank you so much for that. Chair, just really quickly, recognizing we have another agenda item and a delegation here at 10 a.m. and I've got two more questions. What do we want to do with item number C here, the corporate fleet electrification EV charging? Should they come back at a later time? CAO?
I'd recommend that we work around the delegations, Mr. Chair, and we'll catch up during the morning in the other committees.
Okay.
So I'd recommend that we adjourn after this delegation is complete and go to the RCMP and then reconvene environment after protective.
Okay, thank you. So I'll go to Director Holmes and then Director Canola, just recognizing we're quite short on time. Go ahead, Director Holmes.
Thank you. Yeah, thanks for the presentation. I was interested about when you touched on some of the things that can be done to help keep geese out of public parks by the barriers or whatever. So I have two questions. One, do you have guidelines for Parks and Recs departments, municipal and RDs parks, that we can ways we can mitigate geese in our public parks? And secondly, have you observed at all when a dog park is put into a public park, if that has any effect on keeping geese out of those parks?
Both excellent questions. I've developed a series of BMPs for the Okanagan Valley Goose Management group. There's also the resources that I give you. Environment Canada has developed a handbook on Canada Goose Management, and has some high level sort of ideas on habitat modification. It also goes through like where do you need a permit and where do you don't need a permit. Habitat modification, you don't need a permit. in terms of geese, but there are definitely resources available so that you can make decisions, good decisions about how to develop your waterfront, which I think should also be applied to things like if you have a development going in and they want to put in a pond or a water feature, or if you even have a single homeowner and they want to go in and they're putting in a house with lots of ledges and things like that, they should be aware that a goose will treat a roof or a ledge as an island, and so how to prevent those things. So we have BMPs for that for sure. For the dog park, it's interesting. I am a great proponent of allowing seasonal or daily times when dogs can run free. I know that is hard for bylaw because people like to take advantage. Oh, I thought this was a dog park, even though it was only a dog park until 7:30 in the morning. But where that has occurred, it has been helpful. The thing about geese that we have to remember is that they're actually quite clever. And if you do the same thing every day, they will learn that pattern. But if you can break it up a bit, they are more likely to respond. So I think the use of dog parks and off-leash areas and on-leash for that matter, but off-leash particularly, are excellent. But like all things, will never be a miracle.
Great. Thanks so much for that. Over to you, Director Knodel, for the last questions, please.
Thank you. And through the chair, I'd like to thank you very much for the great work you're doing. I grew up on a waterfront farm, and the damage that geese do is tremendous. I know that we've suffered crop loss and the loss of the waterfront from an overabundance of geese. They're quite a tough animal too. Our Bouvier took more than one good licking from geese that decided to stand and fight. So throwing dogs at them isn't always a great thing to do. I do know that some of the farmers in our area resorted to leg hold traps and grain. Probably not a legal way of doing it, but it was effective at the time. But anyways, once again, thank you very much for the great work you do.
You are very welcome. I enjoy this program, and I love, this program was the first of its kind in Canada to do a multi-jurisdictional large landscape regional scale model, and it is I think working. And I mean, it's never perfect, nothing's perfect, but it is held as a model by the Canadian Wildlife Service to other jurisdictions. And so they've started doing work like this on Vancouver Island, and they've started to do work like this in other places in Canada. Ontario suffers. They have 850,000 geese. So yeah.
Okay. Thank you so much for your time again. It was a great presentation. So Chair, do we need a motion to recess? No. Okay, so we'll recess and pass it over to you. Thanks.
Okay, thank you, Director Gettens. We'll go straight then to Protective Services, and I'll go to Director Roberts.
Thank you. I'm going to call to order Protective Services at 10:03. I see we have a delegate from the RCMP. I'll hand this over to the CAO.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. So we'll ask Sergeant Vatamanek to come up and to bring his crew, and we're going to just assemble them around this corner of the room. So, and Staff Sergeant Vatamanek is going to give you your update. You going to talk about Brian?
Sit there. That gets everybody.
So thank you, everyone. My name's Staff Sergeant Bob Vatamanek. Superintendent Brian Hunter sends his regrets. He's feeling great and certainly on the road to recovery. But I'm acting in his place as the officer in charge of the Penticton, South Okanagan, Similkameen RCMP. And it is our great pleasure today to talk to each of you and update you on a quarterly report from January to March 2023. We'll get right into it because I know you have a tight schedule and you've got quite a SWAT team here today, although we're not quite as quiet as we could be. Corporal Richmond will be spoken to after the meeting today. But, so we'll just get right into the Penticton angle of this. And now I did provide an update to the municipality a couple days ago, so I won't dwell on that very much, but I will share with you our the Penticton priorities, which transcend the regional district as well. All of them, what I'm about to talk to real quick here, all of them, we do work in a lot of collaboration with other enforcement agencies, other agencies that have some authority, but we also work in collaboration with agencies who perhaps have different mandate silos, including interior health and some of the Ask Wellness or addiction services. So please keep that in mind as I talk about priorities. One of our highest treatments, or not treatments, but at least responses is always collaboration. And so we collaborate as much as we can with our partners, our social agency partners, because without them and without collaboration, we would have very limited success. So in Penticton, it's our priorities are crime reduction, and mostly property crime and drugs, our family and sexual violence, our homelessness, addictions, and mental health, and much like last year, employee wellness. Police officers, not only in Penticton, but throughout Canada, have been targeted, you could say, throughout the first 5 months of the year, and it's been a tough year for us. It's been a tough year for the profession, and we appreciate the majority of support from the public, but we also recognize it can be a stressful job and stressful for our families, are stressful for those that work, perhaps not sworn police officers, but those that work for the RCMP or within the RCMP. And we as a management team, try to ensure our employee wellness and appreciate their work and them coming to work and chasing shadows at 2 a.m. Not many other communities or not many other citizens have that task, and ours do it without question. And whether they're facing real or potential violence and danger, they're out there every night. So I'll get right into the stats for the Penticton rural area here. So the Penticton rural, obviously, I'll get into the communities, but Penticton rural, we're looking at West Bench and other areas that perhaps aren't considered Penticton municipal. And you'll see that a lot of the numbers are down significantly. Calls for service are down 10%. Our criminal code files are down 13%. One that might grab your attention is the theft from vehicles, and this will be a trend throughout the region. And I can say that most of this, of those 9, 4 of the 9 were license plates, so just people stealing license plates from other vehicles, and 2 of the 9 were catalytic converters. And this will be kind of a recurring topic, the catalytic converters, and I think I spoke about it last time as well. So we've done some digging. We've really tried to examine a lot of the analysis behind the thefts of catalytic converters, and I've reached out to my community partners outside of the Okanagan, and it's something that's affecting all areas. I can say that we're confident that these catalytic converters are not being sold here in the South Okanagan. We work with our metal scrap yards quite closely, and the current belief from all the analytics is that they're traveling criminals that are just looking for crimes of opportunity and vehicles they can get under, cut real quick, and then depart the area. There are investigations that are outside this jurisdiction that are taking place that involve the thefts. And I hope next time that we're here, we can say that the numbers are down and that some individuals have been apprehended. Other than that, for the Penticton rural area, the numbers again look relatively good. If we can go now to Naramata, again, we're looking at some good numbers, relatively. It's a sin to say quiet in the police environment, so I won't say it. I guess it's too late now, but it has been relatively uneventful. Aside from the frauds, and that's 1 to 3, so it's not a significant increase. You know, it says 200%, but 1 to 3 is, I think, the 200% can be a bit deceiving. I did say this at the municipal meeting. You know, if you're speaking to your constituents and they have concerns about frauds, most of them, the large majority, over phone. So your constituents are welcome to hang up if they believe it's a fraudulent call. The CRA, this RCMP, you know, there's a fraud out there right now saying that to older people that they're impersonating a grandchild or someone or niece or nephew and saying that I'm in jail, I need money. I can say that's not a traditional way of releasing prisoners, is having someone call their grandmother. So I really encourage your constituents to not answer those calls, not entertain those people. And especially if they start asking for payments and gift cards of any kind, no one takes payments and gift cards. So the red flags must go up if people start asking you to go to their drugstores or grocery stores and asking for gift cards. And you are the victim of a scam, and your best your best course of action there is just to discontinue the phone call. Caledon, again, uneventful. And I will maybe at this point just say, I mentioned at the municipal meeting too, some of the action we're taking is we've enhanced our prolific offender management team. We've enhanced some resourcing to those individuals who perpetrate crime as a career. Some of those people are in custody right now, and I can say with confidence that because those guys are in custody, that these numbers are down. So it's a matter of staying on top of them if they are released, and keeping our thumb on the pulse. Not to say that they won't be released and they won't inflict some crime, but we will continue to do our best. And so when I talk about Caledon and it being uneventful, I can attribute that to some of the hard work that the prolific offender management team do, as well as the brave men and women on the general duty front lines. Okanagan Falls, again, relatively uneventful. You've got, you know, I know it says 100% for 100% for uttering threats, but a lot of uttering threats is a large majority of those are just people that know each other and have a verbal disagreement, and then it comes down to, you know, some things that people probably regret they say. A couple of auto thefts, that's up one, and again the frauds. So I've already brought attention to that. So with all of that said, it's been a great quarter, I believe, we believe, for the Penticton rural area. And I'll hand it over to Sergeant Dave Preston, and he can discuss Summerland.
Thank you, and thanks for having us through to the board. Summerland, we did have a reduction of 6% for our total call volume. And our top 3 calls for service continue to be traffic related, check well-being, and false alarms. As staff at Amanic commented, with the theft from motor vehicle, the catalytic converters, we had an increase that went from 12 to 19, and of those 19, 15 were catalytic converters. So I'm not sure, Bob, did you mention that our analysts believe that these people were from out of our areas and they came in and did okay, so but overall property crime, we did see a 26% reduction. Violent crime, we saw a 35% increase. With domestic files, there were 7 files compared to 4 the same period last year. 2 files of those ones were the same individual. 2 reports we forwarded to Crown, and 3 they were maintained in our system that we conducted regular follow-ups and provided victim services, etc. Assaults, 50% of those assaults were the domestics, so it shows a 67% increase. There was no stranger assaults, so meaning they're known to each other. I think four others were involved with family members, and one was also a friend of another person. Uttering threats, again, 7 of the 13 files were individuals that were known to each other. And then in addition, 3 of them were neighborhood disputes. And then there was one file in particular that there was a threat made to the officer that attended a particular file. Going back to the property crime, theft from vehicle, and we did have one, was the front license plate. I have gone forward to our Southeast District traffic unit and, asked for kind of a direction on the license plates, because I've noticed an increase in theft of front license plates. And I would say, probably with the no sticker that's on the rear plate now is a direct, it has an impact. So I've asked our Southeast District traffic unit to, what are we doing with the front license plates, or what is the Motor Vehicle Act, what are they looking at? And then they've referred the matter to our provincial traffic units who have, and I'm after, some kind of public, some publicity blitz, or either we're having a front license plate or we're not. And it's like, if we are, then let's push the issue, because we're going to have a lot more theft of front license plates.
Okay. Thank you, Sergeant Preston. We'll move on to Princeton. I do want to mention this is Sergeant Rob Hughes' last day as being a commander of the Princeton detachment. And I can say unequivocally we are going to miss his leadership in the region. We do have another individual coming, but Rob's certainly left some big boots to fill here. So officially, Rob, on the record, we're going to miss you.
Thank you. Size 14 boots, if anyone was wondering. That's a 1-4. Thank you to the chair. Thank you to the board for having us. We do really appreciate the opportunity to come and talk to you all and give these presentations. It's something that we look forward to. As far as Princeton, our numbers all look pretty good. As far as our annual performance plan, we did talk about it last time. We're keeping the same priorities as we did last year. Traffic road safety being one of them. You'll see in our total calls for service, traffic incidents, which are like erratic drivers and traffic complaints in general related to traffic, coupled with MVI, which is all kind of the stuff on the road. That's 68 files total of our 373 is just under 20% of our total call volume. So we like to keep traffic and road safety as a priority. Employee wellness, and that's all our employees, not just our members. Our public service employees and civilian staff, victim services, it's everyone. And the philosophy in Princeton is we can't service the community if we're not servicing our employees. So we kept that one. And then our substance abuse with drugs, we try and paint, we've got that in there, and we try and paint that with the broadest brush that we possibly can. And you'll see that the efforts of Corporal Richmond here, who will be taking command in the interim until the new sergeant gets there, has done an absolutely amazing job with the prolific offender program in Princeton, and just targeting those repeat offenders and breaching them every chance we can get. They step out of line and we're on them. So that is working. You'll see that our violent crimes are down. And that's the broad brush that we try and paint that substance abuse piece in our APP with. So getting into our stats, our violent crimes down, all the numbers look really good. It's a good time to leave, maybe on that. The detachment is in fantastic hands with Kyle, as I said. Our numbers that have the little darts of red there beside them, we get into our property crime. The break-in enters, I try and look at the break-in enters as a whole rather than the individuals, because it's usually the same people that are doing those break-in enters. You'll see the others there from 0 to 3, and that shows no change. So there's no red or green there because there was nothing to compare it to. And those are seasonal properties, like summer cabins and stuff, sheds, yards, things like that. So when one goes down, the other one's gone up. So the total number in the Q1 for 2022 was 7. And yeah, those up for 2022, and it's 5. So it's down from 7 to 5 in the totality. So down is always good. Our mischief to property, some of those, a couple of those are attempt catalytic converters. And then our thefts from vehicles, a couple of those are license plates and a couple of those are successful thefts of catalytic converters. And like it was said before, there's no indication that it's any local people. It's the traveling criminals that are doing that. And seeing the vehicles, I think one of these was parked on the side of the highway, broken down, and the traveling crew saw it on the side of the highway and pulled in beside it and chopped it out. So crime of opportunity there. Our frauds are up 80%. That doesn't look very good, but when it's 5 to 9, it's only an increase of 4. So it has that big red banner beside it. Again, that's the online type of stuff, like Staff Batamanik was saying. Hey, you owe us $3,000 in taxes. The best way to get this paid to us is to go to Save on Foods and get us Apple gift cards. And people are, okay, that sounds good, because they're not computer savvy and they don't know how to e-transfer money. So they think that this, it's a viable solution. So they're going. So Corporal Richmond did do a presentation at the Community Services Office in this quarter to combat that. There was a fairly good turnout for that. And they've done local media releases about it. So just trying to educate the public. It's mostly the elderly, vulnerable. I don't know how to use a computer, and they panic, and that's kind of where that goes. So we are working on that. It's a very, very hard thing to investigate because it usually comes from overseas or deep South USA. So you can hide your IP address so easy. You can download 100 apps on your phone to do it right here if you wanted to. So that makes that incredibly hard to investigate. That's about what I got. Like I said, today's my last day in Princeton. Thank you so much to the board and to the chair. Amazing opportunity in Princeton. Thank you so much to PSOS and Staff Batamanik and senior management team there. I wouldn't be going where I'm going without them. So that's it. You guys are in good hands with Corporal Richmond until Sergeant Potter gets here, and that's it. If there's any questions.
Thank you, Sergeant Rob Hughes. Just like to again extend our appreciation for your service, and we're really going to miss you in our neck of the woods. I have a hand up from Director Miller.
Hi, whereabouts are you going?
All the way to Dawson Creek, a mere 14-hour drive. Thank you very much.
And I have Director Spencer Coyne.
Bob wants to talk too. So I just want to say thanks, Rob. I know I've said it a number of times, but thank you so much for everything you've done, and we're going to miss you, and I can't wait to move back home. We'll talk later.
Thank you so much. And thank you, Director Coyne and Director Coyne Sr. and Director Roberts for all your help over the last 4.5 years, and the projects that we've done together and the progress that we've made has been outstanding. Thank you.
I have a question from Director Van Elfen.
Thank you, through the chair. Just everyone in every district, it's all about, employee well-being. I just heard on CBC radio, only caught bits of it. They're talking about mandating body cameras in the very near future. Like, how's your membership feel about? Seems quite intrusive.
Yeah, thanks for the question through the chair. I can't speak about how the memberships feel about it. It is going to be legislated. It'll be policy in the RCMP. It's being field tested right now. I know there's a number of caveats that go around it, specifically about privacy issues, about those that are caught in the background of that. So they're still swimming through that mud, and it's still being established. The policy is still being established. The procurement process is still being established. So I don't think it's something you'll see come this summer. It'll be some time, especially considering we're a large federal agency and things don't move quickly anywhere in that situation. But just if I can just speak really quickly on personally. My personal beliefs on it is that I'm okay with it. I try to treat everybody with the respect and compassion that they would expect from a police officer. So as a manager, I like it because we do get a number of public complaints, and I believe some of those could be quickly remedied with a body cam. So thanks for the question.
Thank you. No, I don't see any other questions, so we can carry on.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, we'll go to Karamias next. That's Corporal Chad Parsons.
Thank you to the board and everyone for having me here today. So just a quick update on our Q1 stats, but we'll start with our APP first. So very similar to everyone else's, police and community relations and police visibility to make sure everyone knows that we're out there at all hours of the day and night. Crime reduction, so property crimes and fraud awareness. That's last year we focused on fraud awareness. We did have several meetings and presentations to vulnerable sectors of our society there, and did several fraud awareness programs. We do have another one planned for June, probably the week of June 12th. And I can say most of those are people that are known to each other, landlord disputes or neighbor disputes, where things are said that shouldn't be said, and apologies are made afterwards. Overall, our violent crime is up 11%, and that's mainly due to the uttering threats calls. Break and enter businesses and residents, so those are main areas of concern that we're working on. We can say with pretty strong confidence that those are prolific offenders are responsible for those. We know who they are, and we visit them almost every day. We breach them when we can, forward charges when we can, and there'll be some more charges forward here shortly on them. Theft from vehicles, so we're showing 8, up 100%. So 7 of those are cat thefts. Some delayed reporting, could be recreational vehicles that have been sitting and people getting ready for the spring, start them up, realize their catalytic converter is gone. So our criminal files, we're actually down 3%. So we're at 73. So overall, we're doing pretty good. I'm happy with the numbers. Numbers are good. We'll keep on our prolific offenders, and we hope to show a decrease with the B&Es for our next quarter.
Okay, thanks, Chad. And I know a couple of commanders have referred to it. It's when they talk about the APP, it's our annual performance plan, and it is embedded in that APP is our priorities. So if you hear the leaders talking about APP, they're talking about our in-house priority plan, our performance plan. We'll go to Sergeant Don Rigglesworth next, and Oliver.
Thank you. Always a helping hand. The annual performance plan for Oliver, similar to the last couple years, we're going to focus again on road safety with a focus on speeders. It seems to be a common pattern of complaints that come in. We have a lot of traffic complaints of people traveling through the Oliver area to get to Penticton or Soyuz, and they're impatient. It's a long, slow stretch that people just have to be patient on, and they're calling us about somebody not driving according to their rules or the rules of the road. So we're going to be out there more. We're also looking at continuing with our police community relationships. One of them is ensuring that our citizens feel safe with focusing on the repeat offenders that we have within our community. And a lot of times those individuals find themselves with mandated curfews imposed by the courts, and we work with their probation officers, and we have an opportunity to visit them at hours when normally it would seem rude to knock on their door, but now it's our job. And you never know what you're going to stumble across at these people's residences or who might be visiting them at the time. So it's just keeping them accountable and making sure they're there. And if there's an opportunity to bring them back before the courts for violating the imposed conditions, we're going to jump on that. And just to echo again, the wellness of my officers is very important. I just sent an email last week when we had a successful outcome on a trial for an arson in town. I thanked my officers for what they do, and I just let them know that I sleep better at night when they're the ones out there at the wee hours of the morning, keeping the streets safe. With this person being locked up, sentencing hasn't happened yet, but there's certain individuals that are unpredictable in our society, and this individual not being out doing what he wants when he wants is it rests well with me. And that things like that lead to member wellness. It's not all about, just having a little luncheon or something like that. It's the other stuff too, just doing a good job. Just going to jump into our stats. I had a few quarters of glaring red, and things have calmed back down. And that was with, I did discuss it last time, we had the arrest of one of our repeat offenders who was before the courts on a number of outstanding charges for break-and enters. And these were all the break-and enters we had in this quarter. We showed 15 as compared to quarter one from 2022. Of those, half of those 15 occurred before February 5th, when a certain individual who's in jail right now facing charges, he was arrested by one of our constables who was out tracking people down on the street, and we really saw a sharp decline in the pattern. Of the 15 break and enters that we had, 2 businesses in this quarter, all but one were within the town of Oliver, not in the RDOS area. With that being said, there are still break and enters happening. These were more in the industrial area, and there was a pattern to them in that 3 of those businesses were not secure, one being under construction, and since that time they did have a 24-hour security guard put in after this break and enter happened. And there was a pattern that this business was being broken into and targeted right on the edge of the RDOS area. There was another one where their back door was not secure. We had a break and enter into a compound, then we had a break and enter into a business, and then we had a theft of vehicle from that compound. So there's just, it kind of patterns out in these red areas with auto theft, break and enter to business, then it becomes a break and enter other because the compound itself was also broken into. I'm jumping around. So just my points on the break and enter to business. I just want to remind people to have their alarms set. Double check the alarms, double check the doors, and make sure your CCTV is working. These things all combined help us, one, prevent them from happening, or lead to solving the crimes. And have your property representatives in order that are on those alarm lists. It's very frustrating. Of these totals, you can see that the third top 10 calls of service is alarms, 47. It's almost like the boy that cried wolf, because a number of these our officers do attend, especially at night. We're going to be attending right away, and they're false alarms, and it's repeating and repeating and repeating. I have an incident where with a Soyuz Indian band, there was a lot of alarms at Senpak Chin School, and I finally, I sent an email and I said, this is the 9th one in a 4-month period. There's no property reps, and they're like, we didn't even know. And then they did some backtracking and checking it out, and it was just, it was one of the staff going in, and they just didn't have the code properly. And when we would go, there'd be a vehicle there, it would be unattended. It just takes up a lot of time. With the thefts from motor vehicles, I looked through these, and five of the 19 were catalytic converter thefts, but 3 of those 5 were attempted thefts that were interrupted due to car alarms or the person catching them. And unlike the other ones, we do have some subjects of interest within our community that we keep an eye on and we check on. And the problem being is there's certain properties where there are items that we would consider clues in our line of work, and we're working on it. We have them under our eyes. The other 3 of those were actually license plates stolen from vehicles, as was mentioned earlier. And the last area of concern is a big increase in actual auto theft. And I looked through these, and out of the 15 stolen vehicles. 14 of those were within the town boundary of Oliver and not in the RDOS area. But a number of them were vehicles that were in locked compounds in the industrial area. 5 out of them, and I mentioned one earlier where there's a break and enter to the business and they cut the fence, but they're going in places where 2 of them were RVs that were in long-term storage that were stolen from that lot and then recovered. Out of all of them, I think there were only a couple vehicles that are still outstanding. In one instance, the vehicle was recovered 2 hours later. The suspect in that was found to have, it's now a coroner's case where it's suspected that he overdosed and died after stealing the vehicle. And that person was from out of town. But all in all, total calls for service are down 10%. And what seems to be more reflective is that the total criminal code case files are down 24% from 283 to 214. We're out there, we're trying, and it's just keeping our thumbs on top of these people that are repeating their crimes. Any questions? Okay.
I see Director Knodel has a question.
Uh-oh.
Just want to know how much chlorine it took. Thank you very much for a job well done, and congratulations on your conviction on a very dangerous person. Well done. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. And not seeing any other questions, we'll be able to carry on.
Okay, and our last presentation is in Soyuz, so we'll hand it over to Sergeant Jason Beta.
Thank you to the board and chair for having us. A little bit of red on ours, but when you really dig down into it, the numbers are really low. I think our highest number for in our property crime is 8 files for the whole quarter. So property crime is going to remain a priority for us on our APP, because that is our #1 criminal code offense. But again, extremely low, extremely safe community. Violent crime is down, and we don't really get much violent crime in Osoyoos at all. So when it comes to, again, APP, property crime will remain on there as a priority. And I'm also going to keep road and marine safety on there as priorities. We've had a number of incidents on the lake over my time in the Soyuz where there's been fatalities on the lake, a lot of preventable drownings. And so it's a project that I've wanted to do for quite some time. That was somewhat delayed with COVID. It's hopefully coming to fruition here. It's not a new thing. Basically, we've seen in a lot of communities where they have life jacket stations at boat launches. Some of the ones I've seen, and that's where I got the idea, was seeing them at different communities, but there's simply that, a life jacket station. A lot of them are labeled kids don't float, and they'll have kids' life jackets. I want to expand on that because what I've found is it's not, the majority of the drownings we have are adults. Most adults, they love their children so much, and they out of fear, they put life jackets on their kids when they're out on a boat or near the water. But an adult that can swim feels that they can jump off their boat or they can be out there boating and nothing's going to happen to them, because if they fall off the boat, they can, they'll be able to rescue themselves. The issue is that when you fall off a boat, you don't know if you're going to knock the wind out of yourself and take water on, or what's going to happen to you injure yourself in some way. So I want to expand that and have life jackets for all different weight groups and what have you. But I also want to expand it to the point where we have a map of the lake that shows where the shallow areas are, where the speed limits are, because we have a lot of tourists coming to our area. They're coming to the lake and either renting a boat or bringing their own boat, but don't really know the waters that they're traversing. And so I want these at each boat launch, I want a map of the lake to show where the high risk areas are. I also want to have a QR code there where they can use their phone, their cell phone, because 99% of people have cell phones, these smartphones, where they can scan the QR code and it can bring up a list of safe boating equipment that they require to, to have out there. Things as simple as a buoyant line, a buoyant heaving line, something if someone falls in the lake, you have a line that floats that you can throw to that person to grab, and you can pull them back to shore. I mean, there's a lot of safety things that we can have on our vessels that we're finding when we're doing checks that people simply aren't carrying, and it's unfortunate. So again, we're going to keep that as a priority. I've got the Soyuz Rotary on board to assist with that. I'll be talking to town council here coming up, or we're just trying to set a date for that to give my presentation to them as well, because I'll need their approval to put these stations on town land. So we'll get into the actual stats. Violent crime again is down. We did go from 1 to 3 on sexual offenses. 2 of those were reported in this quarter, but happened in previous years. All 3 of them involved persons that known to each other, and one of them was actually a familial, and all 3 of them were over the youth, or all 3 instances involved youths. Auto theft went from 2 to 5. We, as Staff Sergeant Vatimaniak discussed earlier, we believe a lot of the catalytic converters thefts are traveling criminals, and I believe that's the case with the auto thefts as well. As 4 of those 5 vehicles have been recovered outside of our jurisdiction. 1 is still unrecovered. Break and enters for businesses remained at 0 for the regional district. Went up from 1 to 3 in residences. 1 was a seasonal place. 1 was regular residence, or 2 were regular residences, with 1 being interrupted so that break and enter actually didn't finalize. And we believe 2 of them were committed by the same person who we've arrested and have under charge. That person was from Greenwood. We'll go down to theft from vehicles, as we've talked about catalytic converters. I think when I looked at our catalytic converter thefts, they seem to happen at the same time that everyone else's did, and that was a period in March where there was a influx of them, and it happened over a couple days. And ours happened a couple days after Oliver's, which happened a couple days after Penticton, and so on. So it really paints into the picture that someone was traveling around our area taking them. They're a difficult thing to prevent, especially when there are metal recycling places somewhere buying them. Again, with checking into the ones here, we know it's not something local that's or they're not being purchased locally, but somewhere they're being purchased, and there's a high value to them. The only thing I can think of how to protect yourself is to, a lot of vehicles have skid plates under them to protect the bottom of your vehicle from damage from running too low. If you can get a metal shop or a mechanic to make you a metal plate or something that you can bolt up like under your vehicle that sits tight to your catalytic converter, just makes it more difficult for those criminals to get under and cut it off, because we're talking 30 seconds to a minute. They've got these things off with the Sawzall. If they get under there and they can't see it, or it's protected by a metal plate, they're going to go on to the next vehicle. And having a plate made and put on there is probably going to be similar to or less in value to what your deductible would be. So it may be a way to protect you in the future, especially if it's happened to you before and you don't want to be a victim of that crime again. Frauds, majority of these have been telephone and computer frauds. And someone who, myself, we have an elderly family member living with us, and I recognize that that person's having difficulty with just managing the regular banking and what have you. So I can see firsthand how difficult it would be for an elderly person when they're called and asked for money. That they'll just follow the directions of that person on the phone. I think it's really incumbent upon family members to really speak to their elderly loved ones and help them, with their banking, and help them navigate around these types of phone calls, because we can't leave these people to be victims of these crimes when they're really they really are easily preventable as long as they have the education from all of us, including family. So that's what I have for Soyuz. I'm available for taking any questions.
Not seeing any questions, we'll just carry on.
Okay, that's the jurisdiction, so I'll open it up now to any questions that anybody might have, and we can go forward.
Okay, I see Director Monteith, then I have Director Rodrigo and Director Taylor.
Thank you. Through the chair, we missed our opportunity to ask questions, so I'm there.
Sorry, yeah, typically I thought we were going to wait for questions at the end, so my apologies.
That's
for
okay.
That. Yeah.
So I have a few. So maybe I'll give a couple and then I'll let my coworkers ask theirs and I'll come back. I guess I'm sure you're aware, the section outside of Penticton on Highway 97 through Culloden, residents are sort of noticing it's becoming a speedway, it's the speed is definitely picking up through there. So if there's an opportunity for some speed control there, definitely would appreciate some attention there.
Note taken.
Yes,
Yeah.
please. It's definitely becoming an issue, and it's at times unsafe actually to leave the community because the speed is definitely picking up.
Sorry, through the chair. So is this by the weight scales here, or
No,
is this
just
by the
before.
new the new area there, like the new traffic lanes?
Just before that, so basically from the lookout to the new intersection, that speed through there, if you're not going 100, you're being passed like you're standing.
Okay.
Yeah. So just wanted to share that. My question, I guess, is in the past, we've had liaison officers, and I've been asking for that, and we haven't had that connection yet. And I'm definitely looking for that. So any timeline, or has that been appointed?
Yeah. Well, so through the chair, thank you for that's an excellent question, and I can affirm with you that we had some leadership changes in Penticton, and that impacted the regional district. That being Andrew Bayless was promoted and is a staff sergeant, manager, and Carmen Penny, who was a sergeant, she's now been transferred to Kelowna. So their replacements are now in place. It just happened, and like Paul Bentham has just started. I think this was his second week. So I can assure you that those connections and relationships will be built right away.
Sorry, just a quick follow-up. I actually have something on the 29th of May that I'm hoping to connect with them on. So it's sort of a bit of a timeline thing now.
Yeah,
so.
I'll have, through the chair, I'll have someone reach out to you here really quick.
Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you. We'd have Director Rodrigo.
Hello, thank you, through the chair. I'm Director Federico, so I represent Area E Naramata. So I just want to thank all the hard work that went into Kathy's investigation. We lost a very special and valuable member of our community far too soon. So with the information that's come forward, our community can begin to heal sort of the best that they can. So I just want to echo and thank you for all the hard work that everyone did across the province. And yeah, thank you.
Yeah, through the chair, thank you very much for that recognition. That investigation, I think if it goes to trial, you'll be astonished at what investigative avenues were followed in that matter, and the recognizing the community impact it had, and also recognizing that it was, it was somewhat related to some other unfortunate events that happened in Naramata. So as we talk about Naramata and really the environment that all of those violent activities took place in, I do want to reiterate that there is no safe biosphere in the drug ecosystem. Whether you're using, whether you're dealing, whether you're a large scale dealer, there is no safe biosphere in that ecosystem. And so as Jason had kind of reiterated to talk to family members about frauds and about banking, please speak to your family members that are in that are starting to perhaps dip their feet into the illicit drug trade, whether they're a user or a kilogram dealer. Please, I really encourage you to have those discussions, because there is no safe place there. As hard as we try, It really is has a community impact, and you can see Kathy's loss there. Really, it still resonates, and it's been well over a year here. So, thank you very much for that.
Thank you, and carry on to Director Taylor.
Hi, just like to say 3 quick points. So I'm Area D, Okanagan Falls, Kaha East. Really appreciate these meetings and appreciate the way the RCMP is bringing a full delegation of all the key individuals from each area so that we get to hear from you directly and you get to hear from us directly. As I see it, general positive trend all the way around. I just think that's fantastic. Great work. All the things you're doing, just keep it up. I don't know how you're going to do it with still declining numbers, or I know we're gradually getting your numbers up, but I know you're way below where you want to be. Yeah, congratulations. And the idea that was floated, or the concern noted on water safety, yeah, I think heightened awareness in a community like the South Okanagan on water safety and the idea of maps of our lakes showing where some of these shallower areas are. I don't know how big a project that is, but in concept, sounds pretty good idea. So thank you very much.
Through the chair, thank you, Mr. Taylor. Appreciate that. And yeah, our numbers, I mean, we all want to be 100%. You can expect to see some robust recruiting initiatives from the RCMP on social platforms here soon too. So if you have any sons and daughters, please, send them our way. We'd love to work with them.
Thank you. Well taken. I'm not seeing any other. Oh, a new one, because I have Director Monteith on the list, but she's a follow-up, so you'll take yourself first. Director Conant.
Okay, thank you. Thanks so much for the presentation. We just had ours, as you said, a couple days ago, and through the chair, that was just such great information, and we really appreciate all the work you do. And it's so interesting to look at globally what's happening in the regional district after getting our own presentation. So I just have a couple of questions. One is just understanding your graphs or your charts. So most of the communities have the community code files written at the that are marked at the bottom, and some don't have that at all. And Penticton it's written total criminal code, not criminal code files. Is that just semantics, is it counted differently, or?
Yeah, thanks for the question. Yeah, through the chair. Yeah, thanks for the question. Yeah, they're just semantics. Yeah. There's just maybe some. I put this together, it's probably just was grabbing the numbers, and I, like everybody else here, you're doing something, you get distracted, and then you go back to it, and you write it a different way, and you come back, and so my apologies for that.
No, it's nothing at all. It's great to know that. I just wanted to know if that exactly.
They are consistently scored, though.
Super. Yeah. But one thing I just wanted to ask you is just your viewpoint was, through the chair, is Penticton's the only community besides Karamias whose calls have gone up. And I think we can be happy that they haven't gone up as much in the past as maybe they have now, but it's substantial, 6%. And I mean, most of the communities have a lot of green now, and we do too have more green, but our violent crime is pretty red. It's pretty red. So I just wanted to, and of course, everyone knows how much Penticton as a community has invested in the last year in our RCMP and bylaw, and we're really the ones that have put in, brought our force up, and we're going to continue to do that. So just your idea of why you think Penticton might be the only one whose calls are actually going up as opposed to the other communities.
Certainly, through the chair. Thanks for the excellent question. And I think, there's some reasonable explanation to that, and I made some reference to it a couple of days ago. Where Superintendent Hunter is a bit of a numbers nerd, he's more of a mathematician. I'm a sociologist by trade. So I would suggest, because the mask mandates were lifted, I think there was a number of new businesses had sprung open again in Penticton. The rec center had got open. The hockey, the rinks had opened up again. And just the general more interaction and socialization can be attributed to that bit higher calls for service. Perhaps some people from the regional district or rural areas were coming here now, doing their own grocery shopping again. And that again would transcend into more social interaction and more calls for service. More perhaps someone who's from Karamias is not used to seeing some of the unhoused here in Penticton and may be called because, there was some confrontation or some event there. So, I mean, without getting into the deep weeds, I would attribute that to the general mask mandate being lifted and then people just coming to Penticton to enjoy all the amenities that the mayor and council have started to open up.
That's a great answer. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Okay, perfect. Now let's move on to Director Monteith.
Thank you. Through the chair, where would I find the stats for the Mental Health Act in your reporting? And a second question, with looking at the policing priorities, would that also be for the rural communities as well? Do you have all the municipalities listed, but not the rural areas? So do we kind of fall under the same? And what does that look like for us? Thanks.
Through the chair, I'll answer the latter one first. So yes, all your priorities we amalgamate them all into those priorities for the municipality and the rural areas as well. So we find if we have too many priorities, we're not sure what to message, we're not sure which has a priority over each. So we basically try to generalize, and then as we get into the calls for service, we'll triage as best we can from there. As for mental health, our mental health calls for service, a lot of them are embedded in here. They're not explicitly categorized. It's more of a small caveat in the calls for service. So we're always, when we're scoring, we always score with the highest kind of offense first. So let's say someone has assaulted someone else. That will be scored as assault, and it'll be second or third scoring that'll have some mental health related. So to extrapolate that information, I don't think we paint a proper picture, because there are certain circumstances when you lose your cool, or you all of a sudden now you're having an episode and you strike someone or utter a threat. Those undertones are there, and we will score it as a mental health component, yes, kind of in our scoring situation, but it won't be reflected here. So to answer your question, I would suggest that there's a large not majority, but there's probably a large proportion of this is mental health related. But to extrapolate that would be a big endeavor. And I don't think it would paint a great picture of maybe what you're looking for with regards to our calls for service. I think what you're probably getting at is what calls for service do you have that is directly related to a mental health concern or mental health downfall of someone. And it could be argued that many of these are. So I know it's an ambiguous answer, but I really think that would not paint a great picture, a proper picture of just what you're looking for.
Thank you. Well answered. Anybody else have any questions for Staff Sergeant? No, not seeing any. If there's anything further that you would like to add?
No, thank you very much. Someone had mentioned how much they appreciate, I think it was Mr. Taylor said how much they appreciate the delegation being here. We appreciate coming as well, because really everyone at this table and on the screen here, we are in this on the spinning world together, and we're all trying to get to the same goal and have a safe environment for all of our people, all of our neighbors. So it's nice to kind of get in here, collaborate, listen to anecdotal stories, listen to hear what's going on in other communities, and we'll continue this trend because we too think it's effective. So thanks for that.
Well, thank you very much. And from what I gather in our discussion, I'm going to have a difficulty selling my catalytic converter.
Yeah, that's right. You will. You have a knock at the door.
I'll have to find out of town where I can take it. All right.
Yes.
So not seeing any, we'll be able to call this, call the motion to have the adjournment of protective services. Let's see, 1, 2, and all in favor? All right. Thank you. Pass this back to the chair.
Thank you, Director Roberts. Director Gettins, you want to open the meeting back up for environment and infrastructure and finish off that one?
Hear what you have to present, so I'll refer this over to the CAO.
Thanks, Madam Chair. So we do have a commitment to reduce our greenhouse gas emissions, and we have an energy specialist on staff now in partnership with Fortis. And he has been very ambitious and over the past while has completed a study as to sort of a gap analysis as to where our opportunities are for reducing greenhouse gas emissions. And we're going to turn it over to him. He's going to present on the study, and then later on, under the board meeting, we have a proposal for you as to how we might move forward on that. So we'll turn it over to Jeremy, and he'll give you an update on his study.
Excellent. Thanks, Jeremy.
Thank you. Like a hybrid geese, I'll endeavour not to get stuck too in the weeds, but we will be talking through electrification of fleet and community charging and explaining the proposal. Is that moving on? Yeah, so fleet vehicle strategy incorporates two of the areas that I've been working on. That includes electric vehicles, EVs, and also has a major impact on our corporate energy emissions as well. The goals are reducing costs related to fleet operations and reducing overall greenhouse gas emissions from the RDOS operations. There are two guiding documents, the vehicle infrastructure gap analysis, which has previously been presented to committee, and also the zero emission vehicle fleet assessment, which is an assessment that was done last year. Concluded last year, I should say, and it involved using GPS data to understand how far our vehicles travel, where they spend their time overnight, and really provided very rich data in terms of the actual use of the vehicles, and allowed us to further analyze how we can look to reduce the emissions and costs associated with them. So, issues with the current fleet. Fleet purchases are increasingly difficult. We have had a real supply shortage recently, and it's made finding the vehicles we need to replace vehicles at end of life challenging. That's caused some operational challenges for staff in finding new vehicles. Looking back over the last few years, 5 years, we spend on average $61,000 a year on new vehicles, but there's ranging from no new vehicles in 2018 and 2020 to spending $185,000 on new vehicles in 2021. So we'll use that as a 5-year average, $61,000. In terms of operations, we spend around $80,000 a year maintaining our fleet of 51 vehicles, and diesel and gasoline costs for the fleet were $181,730 in 2022. And in terms of the GHGs, the fleet is responsible for the majority of the RDOS carbon emissions. So in terms of addressing our footprint as an organization, we're going to be unable to do that unless we address this at source, and that source is mostly the fleet emissions. The idea here is really to take a longer view on this rather than simply replacing each vehicle as it comes to the end of its life. All in all, 46 vehicles are due for replacement within the next 10 years. So we expect to be spending a significant amount of money in the coming decade on those vehicles. This is not including fire departments or heavy equipment. Fuel costs have been going up significantly, especially since 2020. I'm sure you're all aware of this if you drive a vehicle, but here is the graph which shows the BC average fuel costs, and the prices are not very different here in the Okanagan and Similkameen. What does that actually mean for our fleet? It means that keeping the fleet running is significantly more expensive. It is actually a 90.2% increase from 2019 to 2022. So by standing still and maintaining the same level of fleet service, we've gone on from spending $95,000 to $180,000 a year on gasoline and diesel. So all in all, it's taking last year, it's about $322,000 that we're spending annually for operating on our fleet. As I mentioned, 62% of our emissions, our greenhouse gas emissions, are related to the fleet. That's the blue part of the pie. And the orange part there shows the rest of it, which is kind of for building, heating, hot water, and so on. And a very small amount is attributed to electricity. So we've committed to purchase at least 10% of zero-emission vehicles for all new fleet procurements, and annually revisiting this pledge. And BC, of course, has legislated targets for greenhouse gas emissions that we are keeping up with. So that's a 40% reduction in greenhouse gas emissions below 2007 levels by 2030, and a 60% reduction by 2040. So what's the strategy for change? It's looking at a total cost of ownership model and electrification. I want to spend a little bit of time really talking about the total cost of ownership model. And I think this graphic demonstrates it quite well. If you're comparing two identical vehicles, the Hyundai Kona electric version and the Hyundai Kona gas version, there is a higher sticker price clearly for the gas for the electric version, sorry. But when you're including the cost of the car, depreciation, most importantly, the fuel costs over the lifetime of that vehicle, as well as savings in maintenance and repairs, taxes and insurance, it's actually 27% more expensive to own the gas vehicle over the lifetime of the vehicle. Another way of looking at this, if you compare some vehicles here, ICE is internal combustion engines, just to de-jargonize that for you, and BEV is battery electric vehicles. So let's take, for example, Ford F-150 Lightning battery electric. You can see that green line starts higher up, well over 100,000. But assuming it's traveling 20 kilometers or more a day, over the lifetime of that vehicle, the cost is significantly lower than the gasoline vehicle. And that is applying for a large number of vehicles in BC right now. And the analysis we did finds that there are significant cost savings to be had in a large number of cases for certain type of vehicle usage. There's other benefits of electric vehicles, as well as the reduced operating costs and lower fuel costs. They are more efficient. They obviously reduce the carbon footprint. There's less moving parts, which leads to less maintenance costs. There's potential for lower insurance costs. Some insurers are offering that already. I'm sure others will follow. Higher end-of-life value, more reliability. Obviously, there's both federal and provincial incentives currently for electric vehicles. And the onboard charging and power for electric equipment provides a real opportunity for parks staff in particular who've already started converting a lot of their equipment to electric equipment, the ability to have additional batteries on board and to charge on the vehicles just increases their ability to increase the range and lifetime and usage of their new equipment. We have this vehicle already, the Polaris, in service. It's been up and running for about 8 months. It does some trails work and some garbage work and is popular with the park staff. That is an electric vehicle. It's a fairly small battery, so we plug it in overnight and it charges overnight. But if we're thinking about electrifying some of the larger vehicles, we would have to have a more permanent charging solution. So, charging stations should come before vehicles, or otherwise you're not going to do very well with your electric vehicles. So how are we going to do that? These are 2 examples from just over there at Penticton Town Hall. Providing fleet with level 2 chargers. Those are the chargers that typically take about 2 to 4 hours to fully charge an electric vehicle. We have an award of $390,000 from the federal government and provincial for installing, doing the design and install for those 4 EV chargers at level 2. Recently been securing additional money from the province's Go Electric Fleets program, which can provide some additional analysis of the breakers and so on to actually get these things installed where we need them. That is 68% funded, all in all. For this to be achieved, we will need a contribution of the rest of that money, which is $131,977. Based on the incentives offered, reducing the capital so much, the payback for this can be under 5 years. So let's look at the level 2 charges first, then we'll get to the next one. So the locations that have been identified to operate the fleet effectively across the next few decades are outside here, where the majority of the vehicles stay, the Similkameen Rec Centre, landfill and parks operations up at Greyback, the water building is in Naramata, the wastewater treatment plant in OK Falls, and the Tulameen Fire Hall and Arena area. That's going to be a total of $69,590 for level 2 charges in those quantities at those locations. What does that do to our fleet costs? If you recall that we're spending $320,000 a year on currently paying for fleet operations. So you'll see in 2023, it's going to increase the costs as we're obviously spending that money on the fleet charges, and also a premium on the sticker price of the electric vehicles. But within the 5 years, based on the rising cost of fuel and the other factors that make running electric vehicles cheaper as we bring them into the fleet, those costs come down and we start saving money over time. The business as usual case, the BAU there, is what starts getting more and more expensive if we don't take these actions. The other half of the funding we received is for level 3 charges. Those are the fast charges. We have 2 currently in Naramata, and we are looking to put some more in. A little bit about level 3 charges. The amount of charging events per year in the Okanagan and Similkameen has been going up every single year consistently as the number of EV owners and the number of EV using tourists have increased. There was a milestone of 30,000 charges earlier this year. Because it's been going up so much, we expect to see a significant increase in use. There are different charges for actually powering your vehicle in different locations, but I've based my model on an average, which is $7.26 to fill up your vehicle. And I think also that speaks to what's going on with electric vehicles. If you could fill up your vehicle at the pump right now for $7.26, you'd be delighted with that. And if we had electric vehicles, that's what we would be effectively doing at a cost basis each time. So using that as an average of how much we might charge for power at those sites, Also worth noting that our neighbors already have municipal and regional district charging infrastructure in the Kootenays, Parks to Prairies, and up north as well. So there's a bit of a gap actually currently where the Okanagan-Similkameen is, and I'm aware of a number of EV drivers coming from the Lower Mainland who are obligated to take the Merit route because they can make sure they can charge their vehicles on the way. And we're missing out on that tourist traffic coming through Oliver and Keremeos and other areas currently. So previously presented the infrastructure gap analysis, which highlighted a number of sites where we might look to fill those gaps with EV chargers. The funding we have is for 2 of those sites. That is this location here, 101 Martin Street, and the Similkameen Recreation Center. That's 2 fast chargers in each location. So the total cost for the fast chargers is 62,386, and that's split between the 101 Martin Street and the Keremeos. So these would be used by both the fleet and also the public, but there's a strong business case for the public use of the chargers, and that will also pay for itself within the 5-year period because so much of the capital of this upfront has been paid for by the federal and provincial agencies. Very recently was awarded $10,000 for a community outreach program for talking about EVs in community, and we're planning to attend a number of events and spread awareness about EVs. Currently putting together a program for that. That award only came in 2 weeks ago. So we're just planning a schedule of events that we can speak to the public about EVs. So in summary, the phase 1 is the level 2, which is primarily for the fleet use at $69,590 of our contribution. And the phase 2 is the level 3 public charges. It's going to be $62,386. So the $131,977 we can take out of a fleet reserve and put the money back in over the lifetime and the usage of these charges. So when they come back for the board later, to make it clear, we're going to be looking for approval to spend that money, which we have to do to be able to access the grants that we've been offered, but it's coming out of an existing fleet replacement reserve, and the money will go back in as we generate the revenue. Any questions?
Thanks, Jeremy. I'm just going to look around the table and see if there are any questions from anybody. Yep. Okay, great. Thanks. Go ahead, Director Van Alphen.
Thank you. Through the chair, Summerland has invested lots of money in chargers, and it was interesting. I think Saturday I was going into the Little Home Hardware, and a gentleman from Vancouver was there with his brand new Infinity electric and was lined up at the charging place, and was so impressed on how many chargers a small community like Summerland has, and it's wonderful. But my question is, in Summerland, one of our gas stations right along the highway has now invested in charging. I think 2 charging stations there at their gas station and convenience store. Have you touched base with any major petrol suppliers? Because a lot of them are now putting in those stations too, and I thought might be a cost savings for the RDOS.
Thank you. Go ahead, Jeremy.
Yeah, through the chair. In the analysis we looked at gas stations that have already committed to putting EV chargers in their areas, and we factored that into the analysis here. I haven't directly spoken to other gas stations, but the advantage that the RDOS has is having locations and parking lots where people assemble. So we're able to take advantage of what we have in assets. But yeah, it's a further conversation. I think I'm happy to pick up some conversations with additional gas stations as well.
Thank you. Director Weeb.
And thank you through the chair. One of the things, and I've only recently just started to learn about this, is that Toyota is kind of doubling down on hydrogen vehicles. I think it's difficult to know how much of an impact that might have, but the technology offers some things, and I don't know if there's been any dialogue about that. I mean, until recently, I didn't even know that hydrogen was a real potential. But there are some obviously disadvantages, the flammability of it, but that the recharge and some of the things that they are doing. So is that something that is there anyone in the industry talking about it at the moment, or is that something still so new that the reality is we might not be looking at anything? We're talking 10 years or maybe 15 years. And is this something that is in the dialogues or not seriously at all yet?
Great, thank you. Go ahead, Jimmy.
Yeah, Chair. It is in the dialogues. You're right. There's been a lot of talk about hydrogen. There is a filling station in Kelowna, and there are a lot of incentives for putting in hydrogen infrastructure. It's not something we've looked at as a regional district to date, but I think it's worth keeping on the radar and keeping conversations going with Toyota and large trucking operations who are considering switching that way. So I'll take a note and see if it fits into future infrastructure gap analyses here. Thanks.
Thank you.
It's not just a crazy thought.
No.
Double check because I've heard of it. Thank you.
Director Canola, please.
Thank you. And through the chair, I've got a number of little things going on here, but I realize the electric vehicles are coming. I'm just not sure whether we're totally there yet. One of the big issues, of course, is time to recharge, and that's always going to be an issue for until the technology changes. But there's some other things we should maybe look at, and I'm not looking for answers from you today. It's just things I'm going to put on the table. The cost of electricity for electric vehicles at this point doesn't include any road taxes or the fees that the government is attached to these. And sooner or later, they're going to have to do that. That's how they maintain the roads. Those taxes have to come from somewhere. There's also a cost to society turning up with these vehicles. And we're seeing it right now. They're being pushed towards time of use because of the increased number of vehicles that need to be charged. This has potential to turn out very much like the two-tiered power system, where it's going to affect the low income, medium income families the most, and I'm quite concerned of that. There's also the increase the power charges because we're going to have to start producing more power and increasing our infrastructure to transport that power where it's needed. A lot of towns, small towns, cities, and even buildings are not prepared for this. So we're going to have to start considering some of these costs. There's also some environmental things that we need to consider. The mining of rare earth metals that are necessary for these batteries are going to be something that we're going to have to look at. But at the end of life, these used batteries have to be disposed of somehow. And there hasn't been a lot of work on that yet. It could end up like solar panels, where we have some real issues with disenchanting these things when they're done. There's also a further cost that's going to affect all the rural and even the towns, is the effect of accidents with these vehicles. These batteries are a considerably different creature, and just spraying water on them has some serious consequences. So at this point right now, they're looking at blankets that you pull over the car and suffocate the fire, but it takes quite a while to do that. But these blankets are quite expensive. I know that they've said, well, we could reuse them, but I don't think that would be the case, because we're concerned enough about just the turnout gear for firemen and cancer-causing agents, much less folding up a blanket that has been heavily exposed to these heavy metals and rare earths. So, as I said, I'm not looking for answers today. It's just some things that we should all be considering in the future. We jump up and down with joy with these things, but there's still cost to them. Thank you very much.
Great, thank you, Director Kanoto. Director McCordoff, I was going to say Director Sue.
That's okay too. Thank you very much. I have a hybrid myself, so I'm sort of weighing my options. I have both. I just wanted to point out that in Osoyoos, we have a whole block that Tesla has come in and put, I think there's 9 Tesla charging stations there, plus 3 others that would be for all other types of vehicles. Many of our motels and resorts have charging stations, have had for quite some time, plus many wineries do right now. So there's lots of options. And I'm also on the Highway 3 Coalition, Mayors and Chairs, Hope to the Alberta Border. And one of the things that we have done over the years is to recommend charging stations so that people coming from the coast or so on will know where they are. I know lots of areas have already got them and they have continued, and we work with Department of Highways to make sure that they're done on that route. Thanks.
Jeremy, did you have any follow-up to that? Or just for information?
Through the chair, thank you. That's useful information. The Highway 3 Coalition in particular, I'd be interested to speak with and make sure that we've considered areas where we don't necessarily have jurisdiction, but we have influence. I work on a staff-to-staff level with equivalents in Thompson Okanagan region and other areas, as well as up to Kelowna, and we're doing our best to look at this as holistically as possible and get the best value for money we can by rolling this out on a larger scale and making sure we're in the right places. So I'd be interested to talk to that group if possible.
Great, thanks. I actually have a quick question, just with your presentation. So we're talking mainly about the regional district fleet and supporting the regional district fleet, and that with the charging stations to make sure that it's the trucks that we're buying here for the staff are continually charged. But then tourists can also use the same charging stations. Is that what I'm hearing?
The designation of the funding is primarily for fleet use.
Okay.
However, if they're not being used by the fleet, they can be used by staff, tourists, or whoever. And there's an opportunity to put in pretty standard charging technology so that we could take the revenue for those uses that are non-fleet related.
Okay, that's great. Thank you so much for that. And I'm just going to put in one more plug for an electric charging station on the KVR for our bikes, or pedal bikes, please. Any other questions for anybody? Oh, yes, go ahead, Director Pendergraft.
Thank you. I'm just curious, how much or what is the increase in electric rates? How is that factored into your calculations here, or has it been?
Go ahead, Jeremy.
There's some significant ones on the way from my understanding. So.
Yeah, through the chair. The electric rates were factored in at around a 5% annual increase, which is less than fuel rates were considered to be increasing. You have to draw the line somewhere. Nobody knows exactly what these things are going to be in 2026 and beyond, right?
Okay, thank you.
Great. All right, I'm not seeing any other questions. Thanks for the very informative presentation. So it was great to hear. So appreciate it, and we'll probably see you later. Okay, thanks. I think that's everything on the agenda, sorry. Yep. So I'm going to call the motion to adjourn, please. Thank you. And seconded, all in favor? Any opposed? Excellent. Thank you. Over to you, Chair.
Thank you, Director Gettens. Gosh, just looking at the Corporate Services Committee and the amount of time we got left, that's a lot of stuff to deal with, and I'm not sure we're going to get through any of these, with the exception of one that we're waiting for. When are the school children supposed to?
They're expected here at 11:45. So 15 minutes, yeah.
15 minutes. So I hate to say we're not going to get through the e-scribe in 15 minutes. So we could probably postpone that one, or we're going to have to. Can the communication ones, how long is that one proposed? 15 minutes. Okay, well, we'll try that, but we need to adopt the potential agenda for the Corporate Services Committee. Moved, seconded. Thank you. All in favor? Perfect. Any opposed? Okay, we are a go. I do believe we're going to jump or bump the e-scribe, and we will go to communications, keeping in mind, since I'm sure you organized part of this with the children to be coming in. Go ahead, please, Eric.
Thank you to the chair. My name is Eric Thompson. I'm the communications supervisor here at the RDOS. And yes, we have students from Similkameen Elementary Secondary School standing by for your lunch break at 11:45 and their lunch break as well. They're going to join us to ask a few questions, and it's part of Local Government Awareness Week. So we had a chance as a group. There were some, we had an electoral area director and 2 mayors join the students on Monday, along with my colleague Jessica Brown is here today, and talk to the students. So we'll get to that at 11:45. But right now I'm going to talk a little bit about communications, and I just want to double check that my other colleague Sarah Foss is here. So often in the communications section, we'll receive emails, and the best way to communicate, whether you're in the building or you're an elected official or media or the public, with communications is communications@rdos.bc.ca. That email will go to myself, but it will also go to Sarah Foss and Jessica Brown, and it also goes to our other colleague, Matt Hatch, who is with Legislative Services, and he works on our Community Champions program. So I wanted to acknowledge Sarah and Jessica as being a very important part of the team. They do a lot of work behind the scenes that you don't often see, and as someone told me the other day, good service is service you don't see. And I think that's exactly what they do behind the scenes. So often I'll receive the email. I might even receive either the accolades, and if that's the case, it probably goes back to them. If it's a concern or an issue, it comes to me, and I'm happy to take that on. So on this administrative report that I prepared, you've seen some documents there. So we don't have a lot of time. You've had a chance to go through them. They are available to the public. We have the strategic communication plan. They're all working documents in the sense that they're meant to be updated as we move along, because we get new information and processes and things change. There's the public engagement guide, which is intended to help with any public engagement project. It's really a toolkit. The RDOS Corporate Identity Guide is a key document to make sure that there is a consistent voice and look coming from the RDOS. And as Danny Francisco, the Manager of Information Systems, often points out, it's a matter of security to make sure that the RDOS brand is consistent. It's not just a good look and to not confuse people, but it's for security purposes as well. And as an example would be, you may have received an email from a bank that looks like it's from the bank, and in fact, it's from somebody down south, somewhere else. Not good. So as a government organization, it's more important than ever to make sure that your brand is on brand and is secure. The RDOS brochure is an important asset that provides a lot of information about what the RDOS has to offer, contact information, and just a general explainer. And then who does what is a document we created recently that shows what the different levels of government do, and it also has information about Indigenous communities as well. So those are the documents there, and unless there's any questions on those, I'll move right to the communications overview. And the communication.
Go ahead.
Nope. Communications overview is it's a new resource, and communications worked on it. Jessica Brown did the layout for it, and it's, I think, one of the best documents we've created in the last while, because it's meant to be a comprehensive toolkit. And that toolkit is for staff to help with any type of public engagement and communications initiative. And I'm going to jump right to some notes that I prepared for the senior management team, because I think it says a lot about what communications and public engagement means. So I recently took a course through a group called Delaney, and they are an engagement company. And a quote they brought forward is from George Bernard Shaw. The single biggest problem in communication is the illusion that it has taken place. And I think that says so much, because often people will ask a question, I didn't know about that, where was it? Well, we put it on the website, which is for some people like saying we sent it to space, because not everybody follows the website. And I can appreciate that, especially in some rural areas where it may not even be an option if you don't have technology or access to it. So it's really incumbent upon organizations like local governments the RDOS, to communicate where people are and in ways that works for them. So communications is not about managing the narrative. It's about encouraging participation and engaging people. RDOS Communications provides strategic guidance and support for all projects and initiatives with public engagement components, which is pretty much everything we do. So whether it is a scheduled change for a service, or it's a program that's being offered, or even letting people know that the board meetings take place every second Thursday, those pieces of information need to be communicated in a way that people can actually find it and have usually recourse. And I think that's why it's important to have phone numbers, because often there are people who want to ask more questions. And if we have a person on the other end of the phone who can answer those questions, that's important. Different kinds of communications are, for example, standalone communications. If there's an evacuation alert, it's pretty standalone. We're not looking for a lot of feedback on the specific alert. We're letting you know that you're under evacuation alert. That's for the Emergency Operations Center. If it is more of an engagement project where we're looking for some feedback, the RDOS is looking for feedback, then that's a whole different consideration. So the way we communicate that information as an organization is important. So communications is the thread that weaves through the engagement process. And when we say engagement, that's just it is a word, but it means something. Engagement means you're sharing information, you're educating people so they can make an informed decision. But when people provide that feedback, what is done with it? And the citizen survey, I think, is an excellent example of that. We're just going through the process now of looking at the results of the citizen survey. We've had more than 740 respondents, which is, I believe, double from last time. And the next step is to go to a focus group, which we're doing at the end of May. When I say we, I mean the communications. So that focus group is made up of community members who are going to talk about some of the key elements that we've heard. And then the most important part of this is to report back to the community. 740 people took time to fill out that survey. What did the RDOS learn? What did the RDOS do with that information or plan to do with that information, which will come back to the board. 3 rules of communications: building trust. And to build trust, you need consistent messaging. And that's where I think communications can really play an important role in not only internal communications with staff, but with the board as well. So when a staff member or the website says one thing, and then an elected official says another thing, that doesn't build trust. So if we can communicate in a way that we make sure that message is always consistent, that's going to help build trust, or at least not erode it. Knowing your audience is important. Who are we trying to reach and why? What's the message? And then we have to think long-term as well. Sustainable goals, evidence-based communications. Objectives and messaging inform each other. We look at the ABC rule. A is audience. B is brand, and we say brand, it's really what the RDOS is, what the services are. And then channel. Channels are so important. How are we getting the information out? Can people find it? So with that, I will leave it there. I just wanted to give you a quick overview. Communications recently held a webinar on Voyant Alert. The plan right now is to get as many citizens of the RDOS signed up and involved in or knowledgeable about how Voyant Alert works. And I'll just quickly mention that when you sign up for Voyant Alert, whoever signed up for it, the default is you get all the notifications and emergency notifications. You can deselect everything else, but you can't opt out of emergency notifications. Some people don't want to hear anything else, and that's understandable. You can also choose the way you get that. So it might be a text, could be a phone call, could be an email, could be all 3. But that part of it, it's important that people go into their account and look at it, and there are people available to help with that, because we can't expect people to be an expert at that. And yeah, I'll leave it there if I can, and open it up to questions for the 6 minutes we have remaining. 7.
Okay, thank you, Eric. I'm not seeing any hands. Oh, go ahead. I'll start. Director Federico and somewhere here. Go ahead.
Wonderful. Thank you through the chair. Thank you for the presentation, although very quick and very, concise. But with Voyant Alert, does each department have access to that and they're responsible for uploading their own information, or does that come through communications to then be put into Voyant Alert?
To the chair. The idea is that departments such as utilities who are sending out notifications on short notice for very important things like a water advisory have access to do it themselves. Their department can send it out. Where communications comes in is to provide the strategic guidance on the messaging. The way that system works is you don't want to receive a text message that is a book. that's really long. It's notification, something's happening, here's what you need to know, here's how you can get more information. So that's where we hope that departments will work closely with the communications team to craft that messaging and how it works. Not all departments are using it. There's other times where communications only will send out those messages. And in the case of the Emergency Operations Center, it's the information section who deals directly with Voyant Alert.
Director Gettens?
Great, thanks, Chair. Through the Chair, when I took a look at the strategic communication plan, there wasn't a section of where rural directors can participate in how we connect with our citizens. So, for example, today I'm going out to Falder with some posters because it's a pretty big decision that we're going to be making as a board. I want to make sure that everybody knows, and I know these 2 bulletin boards in that area are the place to go, and everybody will be able to see it. So I'm curious about how that works. I know in my own area I've got probably 3 different really specific ways to make sure those citizens feel engaged and heard. And when they're not followed, I hear about it. So when people don't know about the event because there wasn't a sandwich board, then that's when my phone rings. And I don't know how to get that into the staff in a way that's meaningful and that can be followed. So if I get a little bit more information, just as a follow-up with the Voyant Alert, it would be really handy to have that written down somewhere so I know how messages are getting out and by what department. So if there's something coming planning, I can expect 2 Voyant Alert calls. There's going to be a letter to this this parameter of people and that kind of thing. Sometimes it just feels like we're not exactly sure what's happening when with our citizens, and then that's when we hear about it. So there's probably a lot in there. I can be more clear if you need.
Go ahead, Eric.
To the Chair. There's a Voyant Alert policy in the works right now, and that will help address the situation to take out the subjective nature of the use, and that will include procedures. And that information, of course, will be discussed at the board level and shared with the board. So you'll know exactly what the process is, and staff will be required to follow that. And that is a good reminder, and thank you so much for that. The strategic plan and helping area directors, the directors work with the community, that is a work in progress. There was, as you know, Director Gettens, there was a test case with Earth Day, which was an event that came about in Area F in West Bench, and it highlighted, I would say, some challenges that the RDOS has as an organization working to provide support for initiatives that have come up from a rural director, but also in working cross departments. And there are some solutions. It's not that complicated. We as an organization have to work on some of the solutions, and it's certainly something that is underway.
Just as a quick follow-up, just really quickly, that was with the Earth Day one, it did feel a little bit like there was a plan, but everybody could or could not, it's up to them if they followed the plan. And that's really hard because I thought everybody was going to go do the plan, and then it turned out that didn't really transpire, which is frustrating for me. And I do say, like, if we are going to do things and citizens are going to pay for these events to happen, then we have to let them know in a way they want to be told. And generally your rural director has a really good insight on that. So I'll put that last plug in for that.
Okay. Director Monteith and then Director Roberts.
And to follow up on Director Gettens, I fully understand what you're saying. There was a time when Apex had its waste transfer station open house, and I literally created a poster, took it up to Apex, put it up there myself, showed up, brought a cake, like did everything myself. I had no help, right? Like, so staff are telling me that it's good to go, open house, have one. There's times where I've had financial meetings that I'm putting my own chairs out, doing the advertising, doing everything. And so I appreciate that we do have Eric, and there has been a great change, and we're in the right direction. So I do appreciate you and your team because we are going in the right way. So I just want to say that I do appreciate. I guess my question is referring to the corporate guide, and looking through that, realizing that the recreation department has its own logo, but it's not recognized in the corporate guide. Is that a legit logo? Like, what does that fit with our corporate, I guess, branding?
Go ahead.
To the Chair, that logo has been around for quite some time, and I don't know the history of it. And it was brought to my attention the other day that logo should be included in the branding guide, the corporate identity guide, and I agree with that. It's a bit of a process. That is one of many challenges that are out there. We're triaging because there's so many things happening right now. So without making any excuses, the fact that it's been brought to our attention that it should be included in the corporate identity guide is important. The process with which that happens is I think outstanding. But there are things that have been historically done that have just been sort of left. And I think now is a good time as we move forward to start putting things in their places. Like a good example would be a policy for voyant alert. We have the system, now let's make a policy, let's formalize it. So that's another good example of that.
Okay. Follow up, go ahead.
Thank you. And just to follow up, I appreciate when recreation staff are sharing events, registration and stuff, but it's not always being shared with the RDOS from the RDOS website. It's really confusing when residents see a staff member who doesn't live in their community share something and they don't really see it as coming from the regional district. So then, it's a missed messaging when we're not sharing the actual link from the regional district website, which is whenever I share something, I go to the RDOS website, take it from your Facebook, and I'm sharing that direct link versus just a Canva link or just so we're missing opportunities to link residents back to the RDOS website, Facebook group, or Facebook page. So I just want to really encourage us to have that process so that everybody's on the same page so that we're not missing that.
To the chair, just quickly, buy-in is what we need from all departments. And RDOS Communications, I'm going to read my tagline again, provides strategic guidance and support for all projects and initiatives. We have project coordinators, and I'll use a couple of, we call them the Kyles. There are two Kyles and a Rudy. They really have nailed the process down because a project that they're coordinating is a big project. And they've worked out the communications process following the guidelines that have been laid out to a T. And that's not to take anything away from what anyone else is doing. They're following the process, and I think it works. And that's what we need to do more of. And for different reasons, a lot of people are stretched. They have a lot of work going on. But the more we follow the processes that have been put in place and endorsed by the board and used by many other local governments, the better off we'll be.
Right, thanks. Director Taylor, do you still have a question?
Yeah, just listening to the input here, and Eric, cognizant of time. I think electoral area directors rely on our communication staff more than municipalities do. Don't think that's rocket science. Some of us are 107 years old and just starting to get onto Facebook, not mentioning any names. Others have been on it for a long time. And I'm just wondering if some kind of a workshop where we electoral area directors could talk about this in more detail with staff, and not just staff like you, Eric, and from your shop, but if you've got people who are doing it right, the twin Kyles, let's hear from them as examples. And I'd like to hear, how Sabrina does it. And we could do this all one-off and sort of fluff through it individually, but maybe by a group, it would be more effective.
Okay, we'll keep it in mind and as a potential earlier on. Go ahead, Director Miller.
I'd like to reiterate what Director Taylor said. The city had one with our staff, which I think was less than an hour or whatever, and even seasoned Facebook and social media users or whatever, I think picked up a few good tips, and especially for those, and I fall into your category, Mr. Taylor, as well as not being a huge social media guy, so I think it would be beneficial.
Okay, we'll keep it in mind. Do we have the next guys online yet? Aha. Go ahead, Director Gettens, follow up or a question?
Thanks if you've got time, because I hate rushing communications conversations because I always feel like we're always rushing this conversation as a board. But you said you need buy-in. It's not, who do you need buy-in for? Because we have buy-in at the table from the rural directors. Who do you need buy-in to follow the policy and to follow the procedure? Like, are we doing our part at the table here?
I believe so. To the chair, I believe so. The buy-in, when I say buy-in, it's building our processes around this type of communications is still relatively new at the RDOS in this form. Communications and public engagement are not optional for local governments or any businesses. There's a way of making sure that information is being communicated, and building it into our processes is really the buy-in. So that, for example, and I'll go back to the Kyles, you have a big project, one of the first things you do is you talk to communications and say, we're going to be redeveloping a park. What does that look like from a communications perspective? Communications provides the tools, the resources, the strategic guidance, and either that project coordinator is doing a lot of what we call the heavy lifting, putting the information, the subject matter expert documentation, wording, those kinds of things into a bucket, so to speak, or having a consultant or a contractor do that part of it. From there, where it comes to communications is to look at it as an entirety, to make sure it actually fits in the branding and fits and works and makes sense. It's not good enough to say we're going to put a poster out and we'll put it on Facebook, because that won't necessarily reach people. So that's where we provide, communications provides the strategic guidance based on what the board has endorsed. So it's building it into the procedures and processes is when I say buy-in. It's not necessarily from individuals.
Okay. So to me, it sounds like there's just more authority or something required by communications, because it really just should be done. If you've got the tools, you've got the process, you've got the insight, it just should be done all the time, and it's not. So somewhere it has to just, and it's not a reflection on your team. I 100% agree. This improvement in communications is amazing, like absolutely amazing. But when things fall through and citizens aren't being told about something, it's really frustrating on our end. And it's not a reflection on your team whatsoever. But if it's up to each department, whether they buy in or not, that's a problem. It has to be directed, because we've been doing it for so long. So everybody should just do the same. Then it builds the trust and the consistency, and then there's no more assumption that communications is happening. So again, it's not your team. It's just, I want to know after my 5th year here, when does a void alert go out and by who? When does a poster get put up? When on an event will the sandwich board go up? It feels like it's new every single time, and there's just no need for that. So again, not your team. I think your team's amazing. I think you need more people and you need more authority.
Go ahead.
To the chair, I think we can do a lot with what we have. And I think it's, again, following processes and working smart, I think is the key. And I don't by no means want to suggest that staff aren't doing what they're supposed to do. Everybody is really working hard. They're flat out. It's a matter of buying into this process and making sure it works. And it's not mandated from communications. It's a recognized way of communicating with people. It's also endorsed by the board. So what we need to do is build it into our processes. So if we're going to start something, we need to say a big chunk of it means there could be money involved. It means you might, if you don't have the resources yourself as a department or as an individual, maybe we need to look at a contractor to come in. And the idea too is that, again, the subject matter experts provide that messaging. Where communications comes in is to provide the guidance and support, and then push the message out in the sense that, is it on a poster, is it here, is it, where is it going? There aren't a lot of people out in the field to put up posters. So those are some of the challenges that the organization faces. Are we relying on an electoral area director to go and put a poster up? Do we have a community champion? Maybe the project coordinator needs to take a drive and go to a rural area and stick up a poster. It could be any one of those, or any number, or all of those things. And I just want to quickly mention before I give up the mic, Local Government Awareness Week is on right now, and we had the students, they actually, I see they're standing by to ask some questions, so we should go to them after whoever else wanted to ask a question.
You've got a quick question, Director Monteith, and then we're going to...
More of just an encouragement to Director Gettins, because I understand completely what you're saying. Thank you.
Okay. So how do we...
Well, I can conduct this if you'd like.
Sure.
Well, it is Local Government Awareness Week, as I mentioned. We had Electoral Area B Director George Bush join the students, along with Director Weeb, who is the mayor of Karamias, and we also had Director Coyne, who is the mayor of Princeton, who is also the vice chair of the RDOS, join the students for a conversation on Local Government Awareness Week. And now we have some of the members from those two classes joining us live from Karamias Secondary School. And I'll throw it over to the teacher. I believe it is, I'm going to say Ms. Champagne, to ask a question. It looks like we have a pretty rambunctious group, so I'll leave it over to you if you want to ask a question of any of our elected officials here at the RDOS board table. Please don't forget to unmute your mic. Oh, okay, there we go. Question is, which one are we looking at here? Oh.
No, that's...
Yeah, I was going to say,
that's
I don't think the students asked about the fines.
No.
I'll just ask the teacher, the school, if you're able to unmute your mic, if you want to ask a question via the camera there and the microphone. We're showing that your mic is still muted. In speaking with, oh, they're unmuted. Okay, go ahead, please. They're joining us from the space station. Oh, there we go. We're going to have the student come up to the camera. Hello there.
You have to come and stay to hear so they can hear you.
I have a question. What does government do in their main free time?
In their free time. So I'm going to rephrase that question if I could, and I'm going to start with the chair, asking local elected officials what they do in their spare time.
Well, I still run a ranch of my own as well, so I do what everybody else does. I usually have a job or a business to operate when you're not doing local government issues.
During our presentation, we mentioned that that Director Roberts was sleeping and the children all laughed, and then we mentioned he works for, he is a paramedic, so he has shift work that he's involved in. Hi, go ahead. You're still muted.
My question is how often do you guys do these meetings?
I can answer that one for you. The board of directors meet every 2 weeks, so it's the second Thursday. So it's Thursdays, first and third Thursdays. Maybe I can't answer that question. So it's a first and third Thursdays. They just happen a lot. And then there's the committee meetings and there's the board meetings. Any other questions? I wanted to say too that the students at the presentation on Monday, where my colleague Jessica Brown attended as well, they asked some really good questions that you wouldn't always expect. So I think any public engagement plan should start with a group of grade 5s. And for example, we gave them all some carabiners. And the carabiners are just a nice item to give to people that says RDOS on it. And we said, and note it says not for climbing. So some of the responses we got from that were great. One child said, can I have 2 because I want to build a swing? Another one covered up the knot and says, it says for climbing. Go ahead if you have any other questions before we wrap up. I see a hand.
Okay, go ask your question.
My question is, what do you can you please add more swings to the playground?
It's an excellent question. So the challenge there, and we talked about this, is which government, which level of government is responsible for which? So anybody want to talk about swings or playgrounds at a school and what makes that happen?
Well, I think as Director Weeb, as Karamias, I think if we all build more swings, then you could swing anywhere you wanted to go and there would be more of them. So we'll do a collaborative approach. We'll just put in a bunch more swings as we can figure that out, because there's a number of places that they could go in. So maybe we'll have a dialogue about that. Spend some of that extra money.
Director Bush, want to weigh in on that one? So that's the challenge, I think, and for parents who might be watching, I guess the key there is that often it would be the PAC or the Parent Advisory Committee and collective of the community that gets together and says, we'd like some swings, and then they might come to the RDOS and say, do you have a grant available? Is there a grant available to help pay for some additional swings? Any final questions before we wrap up? We should probably let the directors get to their lunch break before they continue on with local government work. I think we're good. Students and the teacher there as well, we want to thank you so much for taking time to ask a few questions and for being part of Local Government Awareness Week. And also thank you to my colleagues Sarah and Jessica for helping put this together and making sure that we get this information out online and in other formats. So thank you. And thanks, students, and I'll send it back to the chair.
Thank you, Eric, for that. And thanks, students, for taking the time out to meet with us today. Much appreciated. Got a bunch of waving hands. So on our agenda, I think we're going to have to obviously e-scribe for Danny. That'll be the next meeting or of the next corporate services for your training session. And looking for a motion to adjourn. Moved, seconded. Thank you. All in favor? Great. Any opposed? We are adjourned and it is lunchtime. So 12:45, we need to be back here to go. No problem. Okay, getting the thumbs up that we're ready to go here. So we will call the Regional District Okanagan-Similkameen Regular Board meeting to order. A reminder here, this is the last or only opportunity to pull anything off the consent agenda if it needs to be discussed in the regular meeting. Anything to remove from the consent agenda? Seeing no hands or anything, nothing to remove, I'll look for a motion to adopt the agenda. Moved, seconded, thank you. All in favor? Great. Any opposed? Motion carries. That brings us down to the consent agenda, corporate services consent agenda. Looking for a motion to adopt that. Moved, thank you, seconded. All those in favor? Thank you. Any opposed? Motion carries. There is no consent for development, so we're over to item B, which is development services. CAO, B1.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. So this is an issue that came up at the May 4th board meeting, and it was an application for a development variance permit to allow residential occupancy of a recreational vehicle at 903 Newton Drive. And the motion was approved with a condition that the approval be only for 1 year. And there's been a request to bring this back for reconsideration. And that is what is on your agenda today, Mr. Chair, is to do that vote on reconsideration. If the motion to reconsider is approved, then the previous motion comes automatically back on the floor for discussion and vote.
Okay, thank you. Just for the board's information, I had made the decision to bring this back just based on the fact that we made a motion for 1 year with no renewal, and that is something that we cannot really approve, is a no renewal clause on there. An applicant always has the option to put in another application. The board has every right after seeing it to turn it down, but we cannot put the no renewal clause on there. So I just wanted to make sure that the board's aware of that for sure. There's two options. One would be to leave it alone and deal with the application if and when it comes back, or the other is to reconsider and make a different motion. So I'm just leaving that for the board's decision. So any discussion on it? Director Gettins?
Yeah, thank you to the chair. I'd appreciate an opportunity to speak to this a little bit further if a reconsideration is approved. I believe just what the chair said, the temporary use permit was a bit of the wrong tool for the board's intention. And I think there's a better way of getting what the board intended with that TUP and doing it in a way that also helps with the enforcement, but ensuring that the application actually gets expired within that year. So I would like an opportunity to talk about it a bit further if the board would permit me to do so.
Okay. Not seeing any hands up. It's a motion to reconsider, which, just for everybody's information, is actually a corporate vote to make option to reconsider. If the motion is if the motion passes to reconsider, then the motion that comes back is a rural vote, but we got to get through step one first. So is there a desire to reconsider? Did you have a hand up?
Sure, I will.
Go ahead.
Well, I would say I would make the motion.
Well, it's on the floor already. It's on the floor because I had that ability to bring it back as the chair. So that's why it's back, but the board has to make it come back by approving it or not. Question, Director Monti?
Yes, are you looking for somebody to second it?
No, it's not necessary. It's on the floor already.
So we're now debating the motion
Whether
to
we want it to
reconsider.
come back or not. Director Gilbert?
Yeah, thank you through the chair. So I just want to be clear that the reason why it's being brought back was because it was passed on something that is not legally allowed or within the scope of work that the RDOS can enforce.
Technically, yes.
Okay.
It's not something that we can truly enforce. Director McCordoff?
Thank you. So I didn't have a vote the last time because as a municipal director, it was just for rural directors, but I certainly questioned it at the time in my mind, and I think that I'm certainly willing to have this brought back onto the table and have a look at it again.
Okay. Not seeing any other hands. Oh, Director Holmes, did I see a hand? Go ahead.
Just if you need a seconder for Director McCordoff. No.
It's already on the floor. The motion to reconsider is on the floor. Seeing no further discussion, I will call the question then on reconsideration. So this is if the board wants to reconsider that motion, and it is a corporate vote. All those in favor of reconsideration, put your hands up so we can see them. All right, thank you. Opposed? Motion carries. So the motion that comes back read as approving a one-year temporary use permit with no renewal clause on the end of it. So that's the motion that comes back. Now, if the board doesn't like that motion, you would defeat it and make a new motion. The motion on the floor, can you read it for us, Christy? Just so I get the right words, or? Okay, so it's no option to renew, but a one-year temporary use permit. Director Van Elfen?
Thank you. Through the chair. Now are we at a rural vote?
When this comes to the vote, yes, this would be the rural vote.
Thank you, just for clarity. I
Yeah.
appreciate it.
Director Taylor?
Sorry to be struggling here.
It's a little confusing, so it's...
But I thought just a minute ago you said we could not authorize a TUP that would not be approved.
That's correct.
A second time around.
That's correct.
So how can we approve this?
That's probably why it needs to be denied or defeated.
Okay, all right. Thank you.
That's where it
Late to
gets
the party.
confusing. No, it's on the, it's back. That's the motion that we approved that we're reconsidering. So is there any other discussion on that specific motion? Making sure, seeing no hands, this is a rural vote, this portion. Call the question.
And we're voting on?
The motion to approve one-year temporary use permit with no renewal clause. That's the motion on the floor. Am I seeing a hand from Director Coyne? Go ahead.
So if we vote now to defeat this motion, does that defeat the original recommendation to deny, or where do we, then we have to have a new motion come on the floor?
There'd need to be a new motion, yes.
Okay, thank you.
So just on procedure, Mr. Chair?
Go ahead,
Yeah,
CAO.
so the other option then is to make an amendment to remove that option.
That's another option, true,
clause.
yes.
Yeah. So if the motion is on the floor, somebody could move an amendment to just take off, to leave it to approve the motion, but to take off the option to renew.
Yes, that can happen, but right now the motion on the floor is as it read, with no option to renew and a one-year temporary use permit. So it could be amended to take it off if that was the desire of the board. So, just so everybody's clear on that. Director Coyne?
Oops. So would it be prudent now to have Director Gettens talk to this so that we have an idea of what she wants to say? Or do we have to wait till this motion has been approved or denied and then so that she gets her say is what I want to make sure she gets the opportunity to say what she wants to say
She's
before
potentially proposing. That's always an option. Yes, she has that ability. Did I see a hand over here, Director Taylor? Go ahead.
Yeah, recognizing that we made a goof, I'd rather back us right out of that, back to square one, so that we can then open the debate and have a clear discussion rather than amending something that we goofed on in the first place. So that's my preference.
Okay. Director Gittens?
Thanks. So I appreciate the comments and I appreciate the opportunity to speak to this. I actually side with Dr. Taylor. I understand from watching the debate from the last meeting, the intention of the board. The TUP is just the wrong tool for the intention. So I think if we deny what's on the table now, a TUP with a 1-year expiry date, which we can't enforce, I have another suggestion that we should do instead, which supports the intention of the board, what the applicant needs, but also allows us to get into compliance with the area. And it's a pretty big area. It's an important question for Area F because we're on hazard land, and there's just caused a lot of confusion by permitting this. So I'm happy to say my piece now if it makes it, but I feel like it's going to confuse the issue more if we don't deal with this first motion that's on the table right now. But I appreciate the opportunity to speak to it.
Okay. So this part is the rural vote, and we're voting on the motion as it stands at the moment is a 1-year temporary use permit with no option to renew. Rural vote, I'll call the question. All those in favor? Okay, thank you. Opposed? The motion is defeated. Do we need to read those out? Okay, could we get the opposed hands back up? I'll start from this side. Director Monteith, Director Fedrigo, Director Roberts, Director Gettens, Director Taylor, and Director Bush. Okay. Motion is defeated, so it's an open floor as far as motions go. Director Gettens?
Thank you. Thank you for allowing that reconsideration. I just want to give a little bit of context, and then I just want to share what I think is new information and a way to move forward from this one. So at the last meeting, with the 1-year temporary use permit with the 1-year renewal option, I understand the intention of the board was to allow the applicant a part-time and temporary use of the RV while her parents get the property ready, and then she's going to become the primary resident in the primary dwelling. So densification and subdivision, accessory dwellings and swimming pools, they're all prohibited in Greater West Bench. So this has been going on since 1992 with the Clonely Enough study. Just last year, is actually May 19th of last year, the board reincorporated a number of more prohibitions for Area F based on the most recent geotechnical study for Area F. And so by doing that temporary use permit, what we actually did was grant occupational residency to the one and only potential accessory dwelling in all of Greater West Bench. It was really, really confusing for the citizens. There's a number of citizens with carriage who would like to have carriage houses, who would like to have legal suites, and we cannot do that. But that's what happened at the last time when we were here last week. So what I propose instead is to do the staff recommendation was to deny the TUP. But what I would like to offer out is to amend that slightly where the applicant can get into compliance by October 16th, 2023. That allows her to do the work that she needs to do. It provides her temporary visiting to the RV, part-time, not residential occupancy. But also gives our enforcement bylaw team a means to ensure that your intention is actually followed through. So that would be my recommendation for it, is to deny the TUP, but direct that she does get into compliance on the property by October 16th, 2023.
So you're moving that motion?
Yes, please.
Is there a seconder for that? Okay. We have that moved and seconded, so it's on the floor. Any discussion on that? Director Bush? Go ahead.
Yeah, I was just wondering how the applicant feels about this. Has there been any talk with the applicant?
I cannot speak to that myself, but I can, for those that are not in the room with us today, that are online, I do see the applicant is in the room. And generally, we've always given the applicant the opportunity to speak, which we did the last time, but we normally don't a second unless it's the board's desire to hear from the applicant again or ask questions of the applicant. So is that something the board wanted to do? As far as asking the applicant to speak, it would be a corporate vote. Go ahead.
Yeah, so just to remind everybody, this is exactly what the applicant asked for at the last meeting. This is exactly what we're doing. We're just able to enforce it, and she's not able to rent it out full time to somebody else. So she's asked for time on her RV to help her parents out. It's moving on October. So I don't know what other new information is. I haven't spoken to the applicant. I have spoken to a number of citizens who are pretty concerned with the direction of the board last time. But I know I haven't spoken to the applicant, but she's getting what she's asked for. But it's just now we can make sure that it doesn't get taken advantage of, and it goes into compliance by October.
Okay. So, seeing no more hands or questions, being careful on this, Director Van Elfen. Question.
Thank you. Through the chair, just a question. So on the compliance date, will the RV then have to be removed from site?
Go ahead.
Or decommissioned, sorry.
No worries. Thank you to the chair. What I'm asking for is voluntary compliance with the application. So when I talked to Mr. Petcher, our bylaw enforcement officer, he would work with the applicant. I think it's not a weekender job to remove an RV, but if she's been directed again to voluntary compliance by October 16th, 2023, then they have an opportunity to work together, come up with a plan. The whole point is to get into voluntary compliance and avoid everything else. But if we don't put this in and we don't put a date on it, it could go on. And you recognize, of course, from the letters that were in the package last time, what the problem and the risk is associated with that. So I feel this gives her what she needs, and it gets the community some peace of mind, and we're not permitting an accessory dwelling on a high hazard land.
Any further discussion? Seeing no hands, rural vote. The motion on the floor is to deny with the 6-month or October 16th deadline for 2023 for the RV to be there. And everybody's aware of that. So we'll call the question. All those in favor? All right. Opposed? Motion carries. Thank you. Moving on. B2, a development variance permit in electoral area E, CAO.
This is to permit a deck addition to an accessory building at 815 Booth Road, Mr. Chair. It's a workshop and it's a working vineyard, and they want to put a deck to assist in the use of the workshop, and we're recommending this be approved.
Okay, I'll go to Director Federico. Go ahead.
I'd like to move the administrative recommendation, please.
Moved and seconded. It's on the floor. Discussion on it? Director Monteith.
And through the chair, I guess I'm just looking for the logic to why it came to the board. Were there any feedback? I don't see any feedback on the application.
I'm not 100% certain. CAO or Mr. Garish? I see him coming up to the front. Go ahead. Chris?
We were just asking ourselves the same question. We think it might have been a breakdown in communication when we were setting the agenda because it was deemed not to be minor. It was then on the agenda, but I think that was construed as then not being able to be on consent. So it probably should have been on consent because it is a positive recommendation with no representations against.
Okay. So I guess we need to double check that once in a while when we're putting it there. But anyway, we can deal with it here. It's just on consent, it would have not had the discussion. So seeing no more hands, this one is another rural vote. All those in favor? Thank you. Any opposed? Motion carries. B3, another DVP, and this time in electoral area I, CAO.
This is Apex. It's an application to waive the off-street parking requirements. The requirement is 1.75 parking spaces for this type of dwelling. It's an odd one in that it's in a 44-unit apartment building, and this is to, as I understand it, convert a restaurant space into accommodation. So it requires a parking space for that. Yet they don't have a formal agreement with the resort for the unit for parking. And with parking being such an issue at Apex and snow storage, we're recommending that this be denied, Mr. Chair.
Okay, thank you. Go to Director Monteith.
And thank you. I'd like to make the administrative recommendation to deny.
Okay, so you're moving it. Is there a seconder? Great. Generally, with denial, that gives the applicant an opportunity to address the board. So is there anybody online or in the audience from 52-300 Stray Horse Road, Apex, that wants to speak to the board for a moment? I'll ask a second time. Is there anybody from Stray Horse Road in Apex that would like to address the board? Not missing any hands, am I, Danny? Okay. Any discussion then? We'll just go to the motions on the floor. Director Knodel, go ahead.
Thank you. Through the chair, just a question. This is a restaurant space that's being converted to residence. Did the restaurant space not have parking? I'm kind of a little confused there on that one, please.
Well, yes and no, but I'll let staff answer that. Go ahead. Chris, I'm assuming?
When the restaurant was proposed back in the late 90s, I think it was assessed as requiring 20-something parking spaces, and a decision was made at that time that the requirements of the restaurant parking could be accommodated within the public parking lot, but I'm not sure if that was ever formalized with the resort as well. So there was a requirement for parking by the restaurant, but it doesn't appear they actually formalized where they were going to provide it off-site.
So that's why we're where we're at, because there is no formal parking for that space. Go ahead, Director Monteith.
And thank you. Just to follow up exactly as staff has shared, this is an ongoing issue for Apex. The building at one point was a hotel and then got sold off as individual suites. There is no formal parking spot for all of those occupied condos, basically. Now it's become condos versus a hotel. So it is an issue for the community, and they do not have an agreement to share the common parking lot, and it just is putting pressure on the entire community. So adding, I know it seems small, adding another parking issue to an existing issue is not okay.
Okay. Seeing no more hands, again, this is a rural vote. I'll call the question. All those in favor? Thank you. Any opposed? Motion carries. Over to B4. Another DVP, this and also in electoral area I, CAO.
This is in addition to an existing garage, Mr. Chair, and the application for the variance is to increase the maximum height from 4.5 meters to 6.7. And it is fairly close to the adjacent property, and overheight garages are usually an issue for the aesthetics of the neighborhood. So we're recommending that this be denied.
Okay, I'll go to Director Monteith. Go ahead.
And thank you. Through the chair, I'd like to make an alternate recommendation to approve the application.
So you're moving the alternate to approve. Is there a seconder? It's on the floor. With the motion to approve, we don't ask the applicants to speak to this because its vote goes likely in their favor or is headed that direction unless there's a new motion. But any discussion on it? Director Monteith?
Through the chair, I have a question for staff. Is it typical to have a recommendation to not have plumbing in a garage facility? When I brought it to my APC, that was their recommendation, but I don't recall us ever having that recommendation before. So I'm not comfortable making a recommendation if that's not our standard policies and process. But that was the recommendation from the APC. So is that normal to put a caveat on a building of no accessory building, I guess, to have no bathroom?
Director, Mr. Garish.
It is an unusual recommendation, and I think in most cases we accept that there is probably going to be some plumbing in some of these buildings, and so our approach to that is to limit the footprint of the shower stall, the toilet area, or something related to that, so it doesn't get converted into an accessory dwelling, but not to say no to plumbing altogether.
Okay.
And
Go ahead.
to follow up, I'm comfortable with the building permit process unfolding in that. So I'm happy just to approve the application.
Okay. Any further discussion? Seeing no hands, again, a rural vote. Call the question. This is to approve. All those in favor? Thank you. Any opposed? Motion carries. So your application, just to the gentleman that's waiting in the audience, is on the go. So B5, petition to enter the Naramata water system in electoral area E, CAO.
Yeah, so this is a petition for 3 properties to come into the Naramata water system, which is adjacent to the Naramata water system. The intended use, from what we understand, is a vineyard, and the interest is to have water available for about 8 acres of vines. Because it's just outside the water system and it is a fairly significant addition to the water system, we had a water modeling, we did some water modeling, and the indication out of the water model is that the system is significantly undersized in order to provide water to this extra 60 hectares. And in fact, the improvements required for the system would be in the $8 to $10 million range, just because the underground is undersized, the reservoirs are undersized, pretty well everything's undersized. So that, in our mind, is technically not feasible at this point, Mr. Chair. So we're recommending that this be denied.
Okay, thank you. I'll go to Director Fedrigo.
Thank you. I'd like to make an alternate recommendation to send this to the Naramata Water Advisory Commission.
Okay, so you want it to go to the Water Advisory Commission. Is there a seconder for that? Seconded. It's on the floor. Discussion. Director Monteith?
Through the chair, what about your APC as well? Because it would be a good time to send it to both, or?
Go ahead.
Oh, yeah, thank you. So right now, we still are looking at the RGS and the OCP. So still looking at how those unfold from their draft phase. And then our APC right now, just its structure isn't quite strong. So I'd prefer right now just to leave it with our Water Commission and grab their advice.
Okay. Any other questions? Director Bush?
Yes, I was just wondering, could there be wells put in, like individual wells? Like what other alternative did they have if we did deny this?
I'm sure that would be one option as wells, but I don't know what other options they would have, but. Director Fedrigo?
Yes, or to Director Bush's. I'm not sure if staff want to, but there are wells currently on the property.
Okay. Not sure about the production capacity, but that's an option. So this is being recommended to go to her Water Commission. Again, this is a rural vote. Call the question. All in favor? Thank you. Any opposed? Motion carries. B6, development permit ticketing. I think this is from this morning's public hearing. CAO?
Yeah, public hearing this morning, Mr. Chair. So this is the one where we want to enforce contraventions of DVPs through ticketing. So it's been to the board for first and second, had a public hearing this morning. It's now back for third and adoption. And then we would also look for third and adoption on the bylaw notice enforcement bylaw, Mr. Chair.
Okay, so there's two separate motions here and different voting structure, so we do need it as two separate ones. Looking for direction on the first part of that. Someone willing to make that motion? Move, seconded, okay, it's on the floor. This part is the rural vote. Is there any discussion needed? Was this up? Go ahead, Director Gettins.
Yeah, I just wanted, so the public hearing this morning was about this one, then also the water course.
Yeah.
Right, so I actually found that public hearing really interesting this morning. And the question I don't have the answer to is about ticketing every day that you're in contravention. And so I'm curious about that. And I hear what the stress is that $500 is nothing, it's a cost of doing business for a developer. We see that in a lot of different instances. And I thought it was really interesting hearing from citizens saying, you know, maybe slow down with the water permit. Maybe it's worth having that third, that outsider look or the watchdog look or whatever the words they were using this morning. And so I have my first question is about ticketing cost, and then I have a few questions about liability if we do speed this along and don't, recognizing 6 months isn't that fast, but if we do take this on behalf of the province. So
Just for clarity, the second part of your question will be probably better suited to B7,
Perfect.
which is on the water part.
Thank
So
you,
if
Chair.
we can just get the answer for the ticketing, how often? Do I go to Mr. Petrie or Mr. Garish?
Well, I'll try to set the table for Mark.
Okay.
Because I know he wasn't, sorry, Mr. Petrie this morning wasn't in the public hearing, but as I recall, the concerns raised by residents were the frequency at which tickets would be issued based on their perception that the maximum penalty that we can impose was $500, and what kind of a disincentive was that. And I mean, I'm not as familiar, but my understanding was that it relates to whether it's a one-off infraction or an ongoing infraction. And I think Mark might be able to maybe shed some more.
Go ahead, Mr. Petrie.
Yeah, so we would deal with that on a complaint basis. So if we went out and investigated it, we do have a board policy that guides us on this. So we do try to encourage and give them the benefit of the doubt and try and obtain voluntary compliance. So we would first verify that it was in fact, I guess, in contravention, yeah. And then we would give them a time frame of an appropriate amount of time to come into compliance. We would then still monitor, so we'd respond in writing, letting them know what the infractions are. So if they truly didn't realize they needed a permit, we would try and let them get that sorted out. But if they continued to contravene, so they should cease, they'd be given that in writing. But if they continued to contravene, then we could ticket them every day that they continued to knowingly contravene, because we have to also defend this in whether it's adjudication or the courts. So
yeah,
it has to be very clear.
Okay.
it just as a follow-up, so that was the part. So you can do a cease, like a work stop order, whatever they're called.
It wouldn't be a stop work order, it'd be in writing that you're in contravention. You should, based on the policy, stop contravening the bylaw.
Okay.
So
I've just got, so what would cause a stop to work order?
That's more to do with building infractions.
Okay. Then just one last question, if I might. The compliance part about coming into a reduction in penalty when compliant is met is a maximum of 50%. Who sets that maximum?
Could you repeat that? Sorry,
Yeah,
what are you
so
gonna-
in the it says here that there's an appendix, like it's the different, so it says failure to obtain a development permit, it's $500, early payments $450, late payment is $550. But if you come into a climate compliance agreement, there's availability of a maximum 50% reduction in penalty when compliance agreement is shown. So is that legislated as well? Like the $500 is a max, is that a provincial legislation as well?
Go ahead.
Yeah, so that would be That would be the max that we're legally allowed to fine. But if they appealed it, it would go to a screening officer to see if issuing that ticket was valid. And within that process, we have the ability to enter into a compliance agreement where we would discuss with them, okay, if you get your reports in and get the permit in, we'll reduce the ticket to this amount. And it would be more of a negotiation. So we have the ability to reduce it up to 50%. Doesn't mean we will, but we can, depending on the circumstances, make a decision. So that's a longer process. It's not just because they paid it right away, they would get a 50% reduction.
Okay. Any further discussion on this? Director Taylor.
I expressed concern about the fine level the last time around. Are you completely comfortable that if you issue your letter and you get no compliance, that you're able to, on an ongoing basis, issue that fine and have a binding penalty of $500 per day or $500 per complaint thereafter? Or do you need any more time to assess whether you've got that adequately in the bylaw as it now stands?
Mr. Petrie or Mr. Garish?
So just to clarify, you're wanting or forced satisfied if we can get compliance through the fining and current process that's being put forward, is that?
Can you charge repeatedly $500 per day or per complaint the way things are now? And would you?
We would have to, if they knowingly continue to work under non-compliance, and we've issued that clearly in writing, and it was black and white, we felt we could defend it, we would use that to the maximum ability that we could. That being said, we might have to go for a court injunction. Like if the fines don't work, at the end of the day, we end up in court and we try and get a court order on the property, which would be the next ratchet level. So that would involve our lawyers and
a board
and the board,
motion
yeah.
to do that. So.
That's right. So.
Anything further?
Yeah, one last question.
Sure.
Either of you, I mean, we've come up with this. I think we all feel it's a bit light. Is there any other approach that would result in a stronger signal?
I'm wondering, they're looking like they're thinking. CAO, you got something?
Municipalities don't get to punish people. This is all about compliance. So the amount of the fine is really set by the courts. That's what they'll issue. If you go over that, the judge would typically take the decision to deny the fine. So what we try and do is, first of all, gain voluntary compliance, hence the letters and the ongoing meetings. If they don't, then we can fine. If there's no payment of the fines, we can go to court on the fines. But based on the value of it, if it comes down to absolutely exhausting every other mechanism to gain compliance and you want a court order, we have to go for an injunction. And that takes time. We wouldn't fine every day. In between the fine, you have to allow time for them to try and comply.
Or at least see steps towards compliance. Director Roberts.
Thank you to the chair. This CAO's last statement answered my question.
Okay, perfect. I would just remind the board that this specific one was also the one that we're not sure whether we've got solid legal grounds to begin with. So my thought is upping that fine. You're just going to make the first guy that comes back take it to court.
So. To be clear, if we know that we can't go with a higher fine, I'm not suggesting we do. I'm asking if there was any other tool that's going to result in a more significant message, because as I said before, I just don't feel that 500 is a significant message.
This one's a tough one for that. That's why we're trying to bring this in.
Well,
It's
right
one
now,
of
we
our
don't
few.
do anything. So we don't have any enforcement tools. So what we're suggesting is that we put the ability to enforce in the OCPs, and then we use the existing tools and give that a try.
Okay, any further discussion? Seeing no hands, again, this one is a rural vote. Call the question. All in favor? Thank you. Any opposed? Motion carries. Next one, B7, water course development permits, updated. Oh, you're right. There is a second part to that. This one is the corporate portion where we're bylaw to amend the bylaw notice enforcement bylaw be read a third time and adopted. You're moving her. Thank you. Seconded. It's on the floor. Any discussion on this part? We got one. We kind of need to now move forward with the other. I'll call the question. Corporate, all in favor? Thank you. Any opposed? Motion carries. Thanks for the heads up on that one, Director Johansson. B7, CAO.
So this is the other public hearing that we had this morning, Mr. Chair. This is the one about the water course development permits and our concern about the times that it's currently taking for the province to vet the QEP reports and approve water course development permits. So what we've come up with is that, first of all, the board recognized that we're going to be able to provide the minimum requirements of wrapper internally. We can do that just by following the act. We think we're safe doing that. And then the second part of that is to amend the OCPs. And we've had first and second. We did public hearing this morning. We're at third and adoption on that. And that also provides that 6-month window where the QEP report would go into the province. If they haven't been able to deal with it, hit me if I'm wrong here, Chris. If they haven't met that 6-month requirement, then we can do that internally. And we're hoping in the meantime that the province can bring their review time down. We'd much prefer them to do it, but this is punitive in the amount of time that it's taking to get a permit right now. So then we would also then amend our procedures bylaw to address that.
Okay, so direction on this one. Anybody prepared to make that motion? As suggested, I see a hand from Director Knodl's moving it. Is there a seconder? It's on the floor. Thank you. Discussion, Director Gettins?
Thanks. I apologize because I wasn't here on March 16th, but how long is it taking now generally to hear back from the province?
Chris?
When we first brought this to the board, it was between 9 to 11 months. And we actually had a meeting with some ministry folks this week, and they think they're getting close to the 6-month period. And apparently the minister has given direction to the wrapper team to have a 2-week turnaround. I still don't know what the timeline for meeting that is. I mean, I'm hopeful before the end of the year, but it might be because of the amount of time that's lapsed since this first got on our radar back in February, but how long it was taking that the province has actually reduced their timelines. But I still think it's a good idea to have this in the OCP because I know over years this review timeline can fluctuate.
Okay, thank you. If I just about, yeah, that's thanks for the clarification. I think this sounds reasonable, but I think the other question I had from this morning was, is there any liability that the regional district citizens would be responsible for if we do this, if we don't allow the province the time they need to weigh in on whatever they have? You said something about their methodology. We're not able to check in with their methodology, but so are we opening ourselves to anything in that regard as far best guess?
Go ahead, Chris.
I'm trying to recall because I think this question came up in committee when we brought forward the amendment bylaws. And I think I advised at that time that yes, there is some liability because all we are, I mean, the province checks for the streamside protection and enhancement area setback. And so we will also be doing that. And the province also checks for the harmful alteration, disturbance and disruption, the HAD, which we will check for as well. But what we can't do at a staff level here, which the province can do, is to see if the QEPs are following the proper methodology set out under wrapper and are taking everything into consideration that they're supposed to. We're just looking at the end result of their analysis. The province is actually looking at the analysis itself. But at the end of the day, I mean, despite us having to wait for provincial approval for some of these assessments, it's the regional district that's issuing the permit, and it's the permit that's authorizing the particular development to go forward. So in that sense, it's always been our responsibility in terms of what we're permitting with these WDPs, right? And so I don't know if it's creating a liability between us and the province. I suppose arguably somebody might take issue with what we've approved at an RD level and what they're seeing on the ground and take issue with that. But it's hard to put a probability or a figure on what kind of liability we'd be looking at in those situations.
Okay, Director Taylor?
Are we the first to go down this road, or have other districts or municipalities already done this?
Chris?
Well, so we're relying on the shorthand, the meet and beat provision of the riparian area protection regulation. And there are other municipalities that have used that to create a development permit scheme that doesn't require provincial approval, that they've taken responsibility for it. So we're not the first in that respect. But I think we are the first in that we're looking at trying to address this backlog that's built up with the province in terms of their processing times of the minister's review.
Missing any other hands? Seeing none, this one is again a rural vote. Call the question. All those in favor? Thank you. Any opposed? Motion carries. Over to Public Works. Award of a Sage Mesa Water System Engineering and Financial Assessment, CAO.
The board previously considered the acquisition of the Sage Mesa water system, Mr. Chair, and this now then is part of the due diligence of that. So we want to award the engineering and financial assessments of the system to McElhaney Limited for the amount of $96,900.
All right, I'll go to Director Gettens.
Yes, let's do this. Yes. Thank you very much. I'll move the administrative recommendation.
So you're moving it as seconder. Thanks. On the floor. Any discussion? Go ahead, Director Taylor.
Again, and I'm in support of this, okay? But I'm wondering, how does the finance of this work out? Because I know in another thing that my area benefited from, the regional district was potentially on the hook for some funding. So are we potentially on the hook for this, or is this always going to be billed back to residents?
I believe it's budgeted for, is it not? Or is this part of your, go ahead.
I think, actually, I'll have to look to the CEO. Sorry, I think this is part of the provincial, because the provincial has resources or whatever it's called.
They've got a reserve set up for this, correct?
Yeah.
At
The Sage Mesa water system has enough in their reserves to cover the analysis.
Okay, so it's backstopped, if we use that word. Any further discussion? This one is a corporate vote, so I'll call the question. All in favor? Thank you. Any opposed? Motion carries. C2, Solid Waste Management Plan Review, CAO.
Yeah, so each regional district is required to have a solid waste management plan, Mr. Chair, and there's a regulatory requirement for those to be reviewed on a 10-year basis. Ours is long overdue. This was budgeted for in 2022. We didn't get to it, so it's now in 2023, but the funds were carried over. So this is to award the review of the solid waste management plan to Tetra Tech for $119,690.
Okay, direction from the board on this. Something we got to do, I'm sure. Moving it, seconded, it's on the floor. Discussion? Go ahead, Director Miller.
Was this put out to RFP?
CAO?
Oh, I'd have, yes, but I'd have to dig in to see who they were.
Oh, that's fine, but there was a competitive process?
It was competitive, yes.
Okay, thank you.
Yep. Any further questions or discussion? Again, this one is a corporate vote. All those in favor? Thank you. Any opposed? Motion carries. D, Community Services, D1. Provincial license of occupation, CAO.
Yeah, so the license of occupation on the Seacrest Hill Agricultural Workers Camp has expired, Mr. Chair. So this is our application for renewal. The board will recall that last year, 2 years ago, we went to the Agricultural Land Commission to get the non-farm use for the Seacrest at that time, Loose Bay. And then with about $450,000 worth of grants from agriculture during COVID to upgrade this camp for the agricultural workers. It's now called the Seacrest Hill Agricultural Workers Camp. And we need to renew this license of occupation. It's a 15-year term.
I'll go to Director Knodel. I'm assuming you're moving it? The nod of the head, yes. Is there a second?
Administrative recommendation. It's a necessary piece of our infrastructure.
All right, moved and seconded. Discussion? Director Conans, go ahead.
Thank you, through the chair. Could you explain we'll have a 15-year license of occupation, but where does the funding come to keep up the campground?
CAO?
This is a service funded by Area C in Oliver.
Thank you.
Sorry, is this, or are we still in negotiations with Oliver?
I think it's in negotiations, but we'll leave it at that. Director Knodel's working on it.
So it's
I guess to follow up, the reason I was asking was because it's a corporate vote, so, but that's just because it's the license we're voting on?
Yeah, those kind of decisions are corporate, but Area C is funding it at the moment. Director Federico.
Perfect. Thank you to the chair. Provided that we're, short on housing and that in Area C, RVs have been used for full-time housing. Is there an opportunity for this to be year-round housing in the sort of off-season, or a part of it that isn't dedicated just to seasonal agricultural workers, but an opportunity for full-time living?
CAO, can you answer that?
I wouldn't speculate, Mr. Chair. This is still in the Agricultural Land Reserve, and it's under a non-farm use caveat with specific conditions on it. So we really wouldn't want to go into the year-round housing thing right now.
Yeah, it would need approval from the ALC and a bunch of other hoops to jump through, I am sure. Any other discussion? Seeing none, again, corporate, call the question. All those in favor? Thank you. Any opposed? Motion carries. D2, which is the Adria Tunnel Contract Award, CAO.
So this is the part of the KBR that goes between Naramata and Chute Lake. And there's two tunnels. This tunnel collapsed and then had a fire, which created more damage over the past years. So we have circumvented the tunnel right now, and has been closed off. It's part of our management agreement area, but we don't have a license of occupation on it, so no tenure to go in. But there is an active group that has been interested in opening the tunnel, and they've raised funds and done some research into it. And we're now at the point, and in partnership, well, not partnership because of the regulator, but working with Rec Sites BC, they're permitting us to move forward step by step in order to make sure that it's safe, but at the same time, explore the damage. So the engineer of record on this has been JDS Energy and Mining, and we want to award this next step for rehabilitation to them for $258,000. To this point, Mr. Chair, all of these are corporate donations.
Okay. See, Director Federico first, go ahead.
Oh, I'd like to move the administrative recommendation.
Moved, seconded. It's on the floor. Any discussion? Not looking like this is a hot button issue by any means, so we'll call the question. Again, a corporate vote. All in favor? Thank you. Any opposed? Motion carries. Over to D3, Fleet Vehicle Electric Charging Infrastructure Grant, CAO.
So this was the presentation this morning, Mr. Chair. So again, it's about fleet electrification and the development of infrastructure. This isn't about vehicle replacement. This is about the infrastructure for electric vehicles for our fleet. And we've received a grant, which is not 100%. There's a local government share of the grant, which amounts to that $131,977 that Jeremy spoke about this morning. We have a vehicle equipment replacement reserve, which is just for the replacement of vehicles. And we have life cycle planning attached to our vehicles, and we create the reserve so that when a vehicle has fulfilled its useful life, that we have enough money to go ahead and replace it. We can't use that for this project because this is just infrastructure. So what we want to do is borrow from it, and then we'll replace the funds into the vehicle equipment reserve from the revenue that Jeremy spoke about this morning from the recharging stations. And we believe that's, from our estimations, we think within a 5-year window, the business case would pay off that loan. So we're recommending that we use $131,977 from the vehicle equipment replacement reserve and as our share.
Okay, direction. Go ahead. You're moving it? Moved, seconded. It's on the floor. Any discussion on this? Go ahead, Director Coyne Senior. Go ahead.
Is this just for the first phase, for the Carameus one and the one for 101 Martin?
We're just getting Jeremy up to the front so he can answer that for you. Go ahead, Jeremy.
Sorry, it's for both phases.
It's for both phases.
So that would include putting one in Tulameen?
That's correct. Yeah.
And is that going to cover all the costs to the electrical system in the fire hall to be able to install it? Or is there going to be a burden on the local fire department?
Go ahead.
Through the chair, that will cover the costs. Our share of the costs, the rest is funded through the grant.
Okay.
Okay. Thank you.
Did I see any more hands up? Seeing no further discussion, call the question. Oh, go ahead, Director Conans.
Thanks, Chair. I just wanted to know, I mean, I know you gave a really thorough presentation today, but I just want to go over again about the public use. So I get myself an electric car, and so I'll just pull into the RDOS here every day and charge at my car, or what? I mean, I know I'm being tongue in cheek, but how is that available for the public? And there, by the way, and reflecting the fact that there are also some chargers around town here.
Jeremy?
Yeah, RDOS owns the infrastructure, and we can charge whatever we like for the public to use it, if it's available and is not being used for the fleet, right? My modeling was based on an average rate of similar charges in the local areas. So as a member of the public, you'd pay with a credit card and pay for your time there as you would in any of the other charges.
Okay, follow up.
And again, you had such a thorough presentation, so I hate drilling into it some more, but the technology, I mean, it's changing really quickly, and this is quite an investment, 131,000, even though we're also getting funding. What do you think of that, the change in technology and what may happen, even with the question about the hydro cars. But
Go ahead, Jeremy.
The level 2 charges, which are primarily for the fleet, is very well established, and you can buy them for residences and so on. That standard has been fixed and agreed by the automobile industry as a standard. The level 3s, similarly, the charges and so on have been very much an agreed standard. We future-proofed this by choosing 100 kilowatt chargers, which are faster than what is currently available in Naramata and elsewhere. These will be some really fast chargers.
Okay, seeing no further, oh, go ahead, Director Coyne.
Yeah, I'm really concerned about this. Number one, I don't like the fact that government's getting involved in free enterprise again, which I don't like that. But the fact that if we're going to put a charger in at a fire hall, like we are in Tulameen, where there's very limited parking to begin with, and if somebody comes in and leaves their car on charge overnight and there's an emergency, is that going to interfere with the operation of the fire hall versus if we put it someplace else? I mean, I suppose maybe at some time in the distant future, there will be electric fire trucks or fire equipment, but
not likely.
I really don't like the idea of putting one at the fire hall in Tulameen, to be perfectly honest with you. Like I'd like to see it at a private business. Just my thoughts.
Okay, so no question per se in there. No other hands. Director Taylor, go ahead.
RDOS vehicles, they presently pay for gas. They'd be paying for electrical charge up as well. I realize it's one pocket feeding the other pocket, but they would be paying as well.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's the business case, Mr. Chair, is mostly the costs that we'll save from our fleet vehicles. There will be additional revenue from the public if they use it, but this is the offset, not only for fuel and maintenance, which will be less, but also the replacement costs as well over time.
Okay. Seeing no more hands. Again, corporate vote. All those in favor? Thank you. Any opposed? Director Coyne. Did I miss any other hands? Motion carries. Wasn't quite enough to have to go to a weighted vote for Director Gilbert to get his weights that he's carrying today. One last chance for the Oliver Arena rehabilitation. You're moving it. I'm seconding it. Director Knodel, sure. CAO, do you want to give us an update at exactly what this is before I've got the motion on the floor already, but.
Yeah, so this is for the renovation of the Oliver Arena, Mr. Chair, and we want to award this to Carskidden, Stokes, and McDonald Architects for $288,165.
Okay, so the motion is on the floor. Any discussion on this one? Not seeing any hands, so we'll call the question again. Corporate, all in favor? Thank you. Any opposed? Looks like it's a done deal on that one. Carried. Bringing us down to CAO reports. Anything there, CAO?
Just the one issue, Mr. Chair. The board had previously requested some training on the emergency management plan and preparedness. And we do have a firm that is interested in providing that. This is safer. So really it's Mike Andrews and Sandy Miller, previously employed by the Emergency Management BC, who are experts at this type of training. What they proposed is a morning where they would do the overview of the emergency management program and where elected officials get involved. and then use the afternoon as an exercise for the elected officials. So the question then, does that meet the expectations of the board? Are you willing to give up a day? Do you want it to be less of a day? And then when we want to do it, Mr. Chair.
Okay, so some thoughts on that? Personally, I think it's probably worthwhile doing. The when is the question for me, but is there any availability timeframes that they're suggesting, or are they fairly flexible?
I think they're fairly flexible. What we were initially exploring is whether we could just do it a half day on one of the board days, just try and limit what we brought into committee and do the training. They've given us a program for a full day, and that's why we're exploring with the board as to what your preferences are on that. So it would probably either be a Friday or that intermediate Thursday between the June meetings.
Alternate Thursday, okay. So thoughts? Director Taylor?
Yeah, I'm strongly in support of something like this. Just wondered if we did something like this, would you envision having some representation of, I don't know, BC Wildfire Service or EMBC, or just the directors?
This would just be the board. This is for elected local government officials.
If there was a training exercise, though, would that not include more than just us?
This isn't going to be a mock disaster. There will be no movement of assets or, this is like a paper exercise, a discussion. These are EMBC previous employees, so they'll be talking from that perspective.
Okay. Director Gettins?
Thank you. I think it'd be a really great idea as well, just because when it's happening and we all know that staff is in here doing things and we're like, they're doing the things and we don't really know what to do and we don't want, and I think we all want to work as a team and be supportive of everybody who's in that situation. So willing to like, maybe we can do a half day during a board meeting and then break it up for the next day or something like that. I'm in support of it. So, but I guess you're looking to, do you want a half day or a full day? That's what you're looking for? Okay.
Director Monteith?
And through the chair, I personally would rather just dedicate the day and then have our head focused on what we're doing versus trying to split it up or mingling it in with other business. So my preference would be just a day.
Okay. Director Knodel?
This is important enough. I'm willing to take the whole day.
Yeah, so are the angels. Director Coyne, go ahead.
Yeah, I'd go for the full day thing. But I would lean more heavily towards the fall.
Later in the year, you're saying, versus now?
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm really, really busy right now.
Yeah, understandable. We'll go to Director Monteith and then Director Weeb.
And just to follow up on what Director Coyne said, I think in my experience, in the fall, we start getting into budget and all those extra meetings for budgets and stuff. So I actually think summer, it would be a better time just because it's not as busy at the board level.
Okay, Director Weeb?
I just wanted to weigh in that the Thursday alter, like when we're not having a meeting, rather than trying to get it if you have a Thursday board meeting and a Friday special meeting, it seems to work better to have the next available Thursday, but.
Okay. Director Miller?
Yeah, I think summer could potentially be the worst time because don't we run into people being away and staff vacations and things like that, but.
It's quite often a challenge to get everybody out.
Because
No matter when. But
think of the beach movies with Annette and Frankie. They always took place in the summer.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Director Taylor?
I think
getting a little bit sidetracked here, folks.
I think we've got a plan that is, hopefully getting updated. I don't know when this board had some training, I know organizations I've been connected with, it's an annual expectation. I know we're going into our busy season when, well, we're already in it. And I know that we had some hiccups in my own area. So I'd advocate getting it done as quickly as possible.
Okay. So I'll just ask the board for a general consensus. Would the alternate Thursday be about as good as any? Okay. So we'll look for that, the alternate Thursday, and we'll kind of put out a couple of feelers for some dates that might work for them and then get back.
Okay, so were you looking like as early as June 8th, Mr. Chair?
That might be, I'm hearing a few no's on that part.
No, that is the.
How about after mid-June sort of thing? Would that suit people a little better? No?
Right. I was just gonna say, just do a doodle poll and we'll just go with the majority. That's just how it's gonna be. Stick to the Thursdays, full day, doodle
Yeah,
poll.
can we do a doodle poll and
Majority
get in-
wins.
throw a few prospective dates in there and go from that? Okay?
There is a 5th Thursday in June as well, so.
Oh. So that'll work. Yeah, Director Taylor, you have a question?
Yeah, just last comment. I mean, these are actually really interesting events. I've gone through them a couple of times. I found them really interesting and really beneficial. And so, yeah, I know summer's coming up and I know it's getting warm out, but I think it'll be a really interesting day.
Yeah. And to answer your question about when the last training with directors was done here, I think I've only been to 2 in all the time I've been here. So it's been a while, probably well overdue. Is anything further, CAO?
Nothing from me, Mr. Chair.
Okay, that brings us down to Chair's report. Don't have a whole lot to report out this time around. It's actually been a quiet week. Board representation. Municipal Finance Authority, Municipal Insurance Authority don't happen till UBCM. OBWB?
Yes, thank you. We had a meeting this month. It was a joint meeting between the board and the Water Stewardship Council, and it was quite interesting. The Water Stewardship Council have several committees. They are the technical representatives that answer to the board. The topics were agricultural water, climate change policy, alluvial fans, which I thought was fascinating, water quality and health, and wetlands. So that was an event that we have once a year. And today actually is the launch of the Make Water Work. And it was in Kelowna today, and the Okanagan Basin Water Board emailed me and said, there's nobody there from the RDOS. And I said, well, here's why. We're all at meetings. So I said, this is when our meetings are. Presumably the Central Okanagan and the North Okanagan are there, but it was an hour's meeting. It was in Kelowna and it wouldn't have fit in with any of our schedules. So it may be on the news tonight because I'm assuming that the Global would probably be there. So you can watch it if you want to see it. Thanks.
Okay. Okanagan Film Commissions, Director Gettins.
Thank you. So there's a writer's strike in Hollywood, which is something that may impact us if that continues for too much longer. There is a media company that closed down in Toronto and Vancouver, moved all their work to the region, which is good news for us. And that's going to make us extra busy with those Hallmark movies, which is really exciting. They've got 4 features coming up from another company, and there's a few, like he's just got this whole list here. But the names, you can never say the names because it's always under wraps until it's become public, unfortunately. So there's also an international movie coming in. And then what he does say at the end is that we're currently as busy as we've ever been. We're definitely going to be watching that strike. And we're definitely going to run out of money. The Scouts went from $300 a day to $500 to sometimes $750 a day because they're going further and further out. And it's just that gas is just kicking us in the butt. So that's it. But things are going well. But just keep the eye on that writer's strike and we'll see how that goes.
Okay, thank you. Okanagan Regional Library, anything there, Director Monteith?
Thank you. I'm going to refer to alternate director, Director Federico.
Go ahead.
Thank you. Yes, and thank you to Director Monteith. I guess being an alternate, I get to go, so I was excited to attend because it was wonderful to hear what the library board was up to. So it was a good meeting. They were in person, mainly just talked about their 2022 audited financials, and everything there looked great. There was no concerns from their auditors, and then they just mainly worked on some housekeeping items, updating some policies to reflect more modern verbiage. And then they've got a couple of exciting projects going on in the north part of the region. So,
Okay, thank you. Okanagan Sterile Insect Release, anything from Director Bush? Or he left us? Don't see him on there. Yeah, there was a report or something that will get forwarded out. So it might have been. If it wasn't, we'll make sure it was sent out. Simia, Director Knodel.
I sent my alternate and I think he's run away again too.
And if I remember right, he couldn't make it for some reason as well. So we'll find out later on. Starling Control is also Director Bush, who's not with us right now. So we'll catch him the next time. ECBC.
Nothing to report this month.
Nothing there. Down to director's motions. Any director's motions? Seeing none. Move on to board members' verbal updates. Director Monteith.
Just wanted to share with the board, I had the pleasure of running into Jeff Wiseman, who had received our letter of thanks and appreciation from the RDOS board. And he wanted to also express his thanks that he received that. He said it meant a lot to him to get that from the board. He had a lot of fond memories with working with the current board and the past boards. So anyways, I just wanted to pass that on that our words of thanks definitely resonated with him.
Okay, thank you for that. Director Federico, go ahead.
thank you. I just want to send a congratulations out to the Penticton Vs for winning the Fred Page Cup last night. They played hard. This last go around was a bit more challenging for them, but they persevered and they did a great job. So way to go, Vs.
Yeah, by all means, that was a job well done. Director Holmes, I see a hand from you. Go ahead.
Thanks. I just wanted to give an update on the slide, the landslide in Summerland. The road is still only single lane alternating both directions. I actually tried to come into Penticton this morning. Director Van Elfen obviously has more patience than I do, but it's pretty backed up in both. In southbound backed up. I don't know what it's like coming northbound. I wouldn't even attempt it, but I did officially. They say the geotechnical assessment is still in progress, but what I understand, and I was actually talking down to the guys there this morning, and big chunks of the bluff are still coming down, and they keep having to. I don't know where they're taking the stuff, but it's a massive amounts of debris that's coming down on the highway. And it's just coming down. They're hoping to somehow stabilize it, and they're hoping to get the road back to normal for the long weekend. So just keep monitoring Drive BC, I guess. But it's if you don't have to come north on the highway, you might not want to.
Okay, thanks for the update on that. Director Van Elfen, go ahead.
Thank you through the chair, Director Holmes. Can you phone my wife? I'll tell her I'll be home for breakfast.
Okay. Director Weeb.
So I guess probably make a mention that the Kiramese Rodeo Association's got a rodeo going on this weekend and then the parade on Monday. So it should be a good weekend.
Nice. Any other board members' verbal updates? Not seeing any hands. Brings us over to, we have a closed session. And just so everybody's aware that in accordance with section 91C of the Community Charter, the board closed the meeting to the public on the basis of labor relations and other employee relations. So this is just so everybody's aware to receive some minutes that we dealt with in the past. That's all. So, and I do want some clarification from the board on an item. So motion to go in camera, moved, seconded, all in favor. Thank you. Any opposed? Motion carries. So I'll just give Danny a second. I don't know that I'd quite go that far. Okay, we're back online. So looking for a motion to adjourn for the day. Thank you. It's moved and seconded. All in favor? Perfect. Any opposed? We are done. Thank you, everybody, for your patience. And expect a doodle poll in the near future on a date that might work for you. And we'll see you on the rest.